time that I tried using it, like several years ago, I had the same problem. And it was very sad because I didn't find out until afterwards. And I was like, well, there goes 5 hours.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
What?
So we are back up and running.
What we'll have to do for the time being? What? What?
What?
Jaden, why?
What?
If you believe in him.
Not that.
What problem is it that we are
I
having?
think he's made it very clear that he does not believe in him.
Why are you leaving?
Why is command
We have a lot of missions now.
Jaden's still not that.
He will live. We don't want him to live up to his expectations are very low.
Jaden, I feel like we have a break in communication here. I feel like we're not really like on the same page here.
The classic bit.
I honestly can't tell if you're saying that sarcastically or if that was honest.
Neural rewriter.
File.
I'm gonna go eat.
I was going
I
to
don't remember
How dare you?
do this. How do you cancel a route?
You right click on it.
Okay, there we go.
That was sad.
Alright, well, we are going to respond to that distress beacon for starters.
Oh, she get back on the ship though, probably.
Jacob, up to you if you want to pilot or if you want Piebot to pilot.
Piebot will do fine.
Ooh.
Alright.
Well, it depends on whether we're doing ship combat, right?
Which right now we are not.
Distress beacon, so like.
It depends on the type of distress, dude.
Dip. Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
Bippity bap boop. What? What did you do?
Well, that's bad. What did you do?
I'm not gonna say.
Did you fall into the rim thing again? Same thing that you did before.
Hey, before I went into the you're in person environment and it instantly killed me. It was very
Oh, geez, that seems excessive.
Good news is I'm back on the ship.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's.
Where were you before?
He was in the Silvasti quarters because goodness knows why he went there.
Mutiny!
No, I don't even think you deserve a revitalizing syringe. I don't even think you should get it.
Evil. Oh, okay.
Evil Knievel. That's me. Oh, this is where that leads.
Our weapons box.
Bye,
as
weapon.
well.
Bye. I think the captain is racist.
What? What?
It's obviously unfairly favoring robot.
No. Something about the way that it's processing just favors the robots.
I can only heal you.
Yeah, secretly.
Apparently I can change them.
Like, oh.
I'm not going to, but I can.
Strange.
We have a CU of 5.
Okay. Well, do we want to line up to the target?
Yeah, where's my bot?
Well, somebody thought that this was a good idea. Let it be known that I was not one of them.
Also, I can't remember the hotkey for order.
Oh, wow, that was an exciting moment.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I know what it was. It's just right when you shot it, my game lagged up. So if you go to the tab menu and you go to PyBot or to AI up at the top, and you can customize.
No,
the
right. No, I know that, but
I found him. I'm gonna shoot him in the head a couple times.
What?
There you go. I feel better. Why are you scanning?
Because I feel like it.
Silly question deserves a silly answer. I'm sorry.
Right, I should review what the programs do.
alright.
Why do I feel like I'm the only one that knows what I'm doing here?
Probably because you are. We're lined up. Yeah, we're lined up.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. Also, Joseph, you're the only one that can skip the warp.
How do I do that? How do I
Prevent Alliance ship Nalaxis from continuing attack on trade stations.
Up in the top right, it's like F6.
Get a brief on that.
Stop the
Wow,
Nalaxis.
what's that? Nalaxis is a Stargazer class starship manufactured in 3199 UE. I don't need to know that. So Alliance took.
So we can reject the message or the mission, and I found out that actually doesn't do anything to our reputation like I thought it did. So that's nice.
Rejecting missions, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, why would it?
Well, I thought that it would reduce our reputation, but it turns out that only failing the mission actually does that. So it's better to reject it or to succeed, but not or ignore it. So yeah, if we want to do it, we gotta go now. I guess we're doing it. Hey.
Yeah.
Are we gonna align?
I don't know. Ask PyBot.
PyBot.
But I can't.
Hello, Mr. PyBot.
Where's that?
PyBot. Are we aligning? Yes or no? Wow, he didn't answer. Jerk. So I'm gonna ask him. I asked him. Where?
I can remember where the freaking. There it is. Alright.
Attention. I am at my station.
Yes, sir. I'm going back to my station, sir. Yes, sir.
Now that's what makes the AIs cooperate. He thought he was on break.
Get big warp whenever.
Whoever put you on break, magnet.
Well, me actually.
Oh, well.
Hey, we get some talent points. That's not what I meant to do, but okay.
Yeah. I have a visitor? Who?
Oh.
Okay, well, I need to step out for a sec.
I mean, you might have picked a better time, but okay.
Well, sorry. I'm gonna put on the coolant on low, and yeah. Give me 1 second.
Oh, you.
I'm going. Gonna hop on the turret. What, one shot is all we get? Kidding me? Alright, what about this one?
Intruders. that's not good, because I don't... Oh, there's weapon specialist bots, got it.
Okay. And why am I... Yeah, why am I getting... Why did
Intruders.
I
Intruders.
Kind of deserve what you got there.
Hey, that's not true. Somebody was inviting me to... Hayes Night.
Ah.
Oh no, that's not good.
Oh, the lag. Oh, the
I
lag.
don't actually have an offensive weapon, so
Your healing beam kills them. Actually,
that's...
Yeah, the healing beam does deal damage.
it actually deals more damage than the face pistol does most of the time.
Really?
If you do it right, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess if you get a sustained fire.
Okay, I'm gonna go make... I'm gonna go fix the engine.
Good
Yeah,
boy.
now that would be good. Come on.
My boss literally just going around in circles. I'm gonna ignore that.
Ah, come on. Well, hopefully now that I put us back on offensive attack, he'll get us where we need to go.
So, are you guys taking care of the intruders?
Yeah, they appear to all be dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
I assume you'd be dead again. Oh, well, weapons bot is running off again.
You can check your scanner, you know.
I can check my scanner. That's true. Yes, there are tons of intruders. Never mind.
Oh, I'm getting shot.
Got it.
Okay.
Oh, there's still intruders.
Yeah, there are. Okay.
Hi, bot.
Whoa!
Hi, bot. Hi, bot.
What?
You mean weapon bot?
No, bye bye.
Hi, bot.
Crap!
Oh, shoot. I only had one shot left in me, so I died.
Killed by environment. Getting shot with a phase pistol is environment now?
I was killed by his opinion.
Obviously, the environment is hostile.
Whoever can get to the bridge fast, I want to turn off the...
Well, I'm respawning in 5 seconds, and I don't actually know where the atrium is.
Coolant.
So this ought to be fun.
Bridge coolant.
Hi.
Uh,
How do you...
Off.
Is that
There
the
we
exit?
go. Turn
There's
it
okay, is anybody else in here? Can you check?
no, there's no other red blips.
Okay, that's good. Also, can you make iBot stop being stupid?
No. No one in the world can do that.
Also, go hide in the science room to heal. Or actually, no, it's just hide on the weapon.
Yeah, this is my max health now.
Haha.
Okay, so the Nalaxis has been defeated.
Okay, to be fair, the first time I died, that was not my fault. The second time I died was also not my fault. I was defending with my life. So, yeah.
Alright, jump when ready.
I'm going back to the engineering bay.
Also, Pybot could use repairs. Or Wetbot, excuse me.
I already did it.
Yeah, jeez, who do you think he is?
What do you
Well,
think I am?
I mean,
Sort of
Wetbot still
He's at 70.
Missing a bunch.
75 out of 75.
75 out of 150.
He doesn't have 115 health. He's a robot.
It says
His maximum is
115.
Oh, you mean Pipebot's at 115?
No, Wetbot
hold
shows
on.
115 for me.
Hold up.
Alright, what is this? And
We have
plus
Eddie's.
for 4-8. Let's
Hey,
not
want to run a
that.
shield program?
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. Lights are going off, but...
got... Okay. Oh. Brian's.
If you
Get a
need
better
any more
beam.
fuel capsules for the shield program, let me know.
Yeah, we do. If you want me to use it again.
I mean, I think so. Less full damage is always good.
There you go, it's used again. Hey, one left.
engineer's goggles unlocked. Woohoo.
QT shield offline. Status.
Oh, it has
Let's go check if we can.
target tracker. That's cool.
Whatever.
Okay, I'm shutting down power so I can turn off the coolant. Also, do you want to take this off red alert?
Remember to take thy talent pointers.
Yes, I need to do that.
I'm gonna try maxing out the marathon training before we do anything else.
We doing scrap? Oh yeah, right. I have to collect.
We will be, yeah.
There we go. Collecting scrap.
And the robot captain
There.
with a very large ship.
Shields, recharge. Okay, shields are good, which means now the engine will, why is science taking up like a zillion power? What's going on?
Probably because I'm collecting stuff.
Sure.
I don't know actually. I'll be honest.
Also, engineering, what the crud are you doing?
Hey,
Vorticites.
Yeah, I scanned something with the probe.
Yes, you did.
Not do that.
But but we need to research stuff, and that's how I research stuff.
Well, I know, but it'd be great if you didn't do that right now.
Small chance of gaining some ammo every shot.
What's that?
It's
Gaining
a
ammo?
I can research.
That's
We just really need
weird.
our core to not overheat because we're already starting to run low on coolant. Like we're at like almost only a third left.
So yeah, I can research.
Well, isn't that the sign of a bad engineer?
Hey, now I was gone. Because I was dead. I don't think that's my fault.
I bought. Do we need to talk
Why
about
is
something
Science
here?
Lab just automatically taking up more than everything else? What is it doing?
Kind of perpetually doing that. I think this is scanning for ships. So the
I
sensors
mean,
are always
Science
on.
Lab isn't taking up almost anything.
It's
Well,
just,
but
just the
it
passive
has
sensors.
Power level, yeah. So I think the sensors are.
Oh yeah, because I can control the power to the sensors.
Yeah.
Currently at full.
Yeah, that would do it. Okay, are we ready to jump? Because our engine's ready to jump now. It's time to jump. We good?
Yeah.
Mm.
I bought. What are you doing?
Also, when we get there, we should probably get a new talent as well. That was an exciting noise.
Let me get up the sensor dish real quick, see if there's anything I need to scan. Oh my gosh, there's stuff I need to scan.
Yep.
And there's
Well.
enemies.
Okay. Lights are coming off, so hope we don't need those.
Executing shield program.
I'll let another fuel.
I'm hopping on a turret.
Okay.
Okay, so they're both well outside the firing arc for our turrets. Ibot, what are you doing?
Rail guns. So that is physical. And what's left now? Oh, it's the Bandit Clunker still. Okay.
Yep.
I don't really want to use another shield program. Yeah, okay, I didn't need to. Good. Okay, collecting scrap.
Okay. I'm letting our shields recharge a little bit. I'm trying not to use any coolant while doing so.
Hey! Thanks,
Hi.
Swordfish. Got a $25 donation.
Oh, wait.
Hey.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay, that's an old alarm. I'm like intruder alarm. That doesn't sound good. I think that means Lucas is about to die again.
Hey now, that's what I'm gonna just turn on this distress signal right now. Our shields are charged, which means hopefully this will make our weapons charge really fast. Power that. Okay, cool. Means I can turn the full power on, and we're good. Okay.
Medical supplies.
See, we've already almost tripled our money since we started.
I can't hail people from my
food for Bomi.
Wait, you can't? Communications is only on the bridge section?
Yeah, it's only on the bridge section.
That's weird. Also, what the heck is this route that we're doing?
So we're going by a time-sensitive mission after we hit the stress beacon. Then we're going to double back for the mission I'll resist.
Okay. Just anticipating moving forward, if we have to fight anybody at the stress beacon, what's the time since?
It's transferring fuel.
Oh, okay, so that one, hopefully we don't have to fight.
That one should not be combat oriented.
I'm just thinking about our coolant by the time we get back down. Might be running really low, so I was going to say to stop and fuel up first at the burrow, but it looks like we should be fine.
Now let's route it. We'll pass by on the way back.
Alright.
By the way, I know I didn't really get an answer before, so do we want to research the reloader skill?
Reloader is... I forget what.
Give small chance of gaining ammo every shot.
That's useful later.
Yeah, we don't care about that right now, but we're probably going to want to go for it if we survive long enough for it to make sense.
Oh, it requires weapon specialist time, right?
Yeah, that's the specialist.
Doesn't matter. Never mind.
Also, speaking of Jacob, you should give our bots talent.
Oh, can I do that?
You have to do that.
Oh.
Actually.
Well, 700.
And we're ready to jump. Can I jump? I'm gonna jump.
Yes, yeah.
Let's jump.
Oh, okay, I see it. I did not know.
So, you done allocating? Because I can skip warp.
Did you skip warp?
I'll skip warp.
Okay, because we might have to fight somebody, so...
Well...
Do we have to fight anybody? Are we good?
Operating...
I want to go process scrap.
I don't see anyone.
Okay, I'll go see if I can just...
Right.
Because we have a lot now.
Okay. Yeah. It's just a planet and a sun.
Well, I guess not. Wait, this is where the distress beacon is?
Yeah.
And
it's
there's
still
no one
active.
here?
Is it on the planet?
Yeah, it could be down on the surface.
Let me check the teleporter and see if we can go down this. Yeah, we can go to the planet. Let me put on an exosuit.
There's no oxygen. Location of a colonial union research station.
Wait, no oxygen? I think I can survive without oxygen.
Oh, I cannot, so...
Wait, are you... Oh yeah, you're a human.
I have to stay close to the captain, darn it.
Well, I'm just chilling out down here. And...
Okay.
Did Outpost 448 send you? No, you say. Regardless, I'm glad I made it down here. You're brought you through the atmosphere beyond me. Now, I hate to impose on, but if you'd be so kind as to help us around the base, we'd be in your debt. There's a foul storm brewing, and we have to get this base fortified as soon as possible.
Highbot and Wetbot just died. What happened?
Oh, did he go down to the surface without... No,
maybe.
They're robots.
Yeah, that's...
Well, one of them is a robot, one of them is a Savasi, but either way, we're indoors right now.
Mm-hmm. So by the way, we have to go... you might want to change the orders in case they do that again. Whatever they did.
Well, they're supposed to just take the teleporter down to this location and then follow us around. That's literally what their orders say to do.
Yeah, just steal everything you can find, honestly.
Okay.
There should be,
There's more people over here.
So there's an abandoned crashed ship somewhere, and that's what we have to go find. I actually remember doing this mission before.
Okay.
I have not seen
And
it
it's
before.
kind of obnoxious to find.
Revitalizing syringe.
Oh, yes, that is good.
That you? Who has the least?
Oh, nice.
I think it's you.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, if either of you guys are taking this, I won't.
I want it. I mean, I'll take it, but I think I might list.
I mean, who expects to die first?
Looting all their goods.
That's really the question.
So I'm just gonna see if I can go outside, and if I start dying.
Yeah, no, it seems fine.
No, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
Come on out. The weather's great.
I can tell you for certain that it is not great. There's no oxygen.
Yeah.
There is no weather. There's no air on that planet.
There can still be weather. Weather only requires an atmosphere, not oxygen.
Hello, Rezo Palak.
So there's a crash.
Desperate need of supplies. Well, too bad for you. We just stole a bunch of them.
I know, that's what I was gonna say.
So this is we have to go to the crash site and salvage, right?
I have some enemies over here. There's some rats.
There's also some enemies behind the base.
Great.
I like this planet. Oh, Piebot's real hurt now. Where are you, Piebot? There you are.
Ow!
Because he
Piebot, what
really
did you
ran
do?
He ran into the rat.
Piebot, where are you going?
Piebot, you're an idiot.
Piebot. I think this game should actually be The Follies of Piebot. That should be the
It's yeah. I mean, you're not wrong.
By the way, let me know if you see anything I should research. I mean, I know I should be the ones looking for things I need to research, but if you could...
Yeah, you should definitely take that talent as soon as possible.
Yeah,
One
research
that lets
materials.
you see research materials.
The research searching feature is very useful.
Also, I do not see this wrecked ship anymore.
Yeah, I've got some height. And, not a lot out here.
I actually kind of forgot that I was supposed to take that skill, so,
I thought that might be the case, so you're welcome.
Hey, where'd you... Oh, you guys just kept on going.
Yeah, so, I mean, being the guy with the scanner... So, I've found the wreck.
We did? Where?
Yeah. Well,
Where?
Joseph can check his scanner and come right to us.
Well, yeah, but I don't know where you are, and I don't know.
I see 3 people, and I'm assuming that's you and the 2 bots.
Yes.
I don't... you telling me to form up doesn't...
Okay, I'll copy you because...
Oh yeah, but that's only because you don't have a scanner. Speaking of which, we need to outfit everybody with scanners.
There you are. Hello.
What?
Look to
Where
your
are you?
left.
My left. Ah, there you are.
Here, I'll just shoot lasers into the sky, and you can just, like, follow my smoke signal.
It doesn't work as well as you would think.
Well, not on low graphics settings, it doesn't.
Wow, that was a call-out.
Wow.
I am on low graphics settings. Emergency rations.
I think I went the wrong way again.
Only slightly.
Battery. There's a load of crap over here.
You were pretty close.
Actually, I was right on.
Also, why am I so much slower than you?
Because you weren't sprinting.
I was sprinting.
Were you, though?
You speed up when you use your jetpack.
So you just have to spam jetpack all the time now.
Well, yeah, I find that alternating jetpack and sprinting is useful. Deformed metal piece. More emergency ration. That was
Objective
it,
complete.
I guess.
Well, good enough for me.
Okay, what do we need to do next?
I got an old battery.
Stormproof this.
Oh, I don't know.
We
what
need
those
one
are
more
used for,
scrap
but
metal.
they're useful.
It said objective complete when I picked it up.
Yeah,
This is
because
every
we've got
time you do like sequential ones.
yeah we've completed 2 of the 3 objectives.
Space,
The
yes,
last
we need
one
more
is
scrap metal.
find a piece of scrap metal. Which like
deformed
I
metal
found
piece
one.
of it.
It's the ship.
I got it. I picked up one.
Yeah. Alright, now I actually don't know which way we originally came
from. To the stars! I think I know.
I'm left behind again. I was searching through menus.
You're the one with the map, bro. It's fine.
I know, I'm following now, but it's still gonna take me a while to catch up.
It's always really concerning to accidentally jump back. Jump back? Jetpack way too high up in the sky, and then like, am I gonna be able to stop myself? I didn't think we'd see visitors on this planet.
To change where chat is, because right now I have to look quite a ways off of the main screen to find it. I'm not paying enough attention to that. Okay,
yes.
So intruding with money for good mouse friend and good gecko friend. Thank you very much.
I'm not friend with geckos.
Why are you not friend of gecko?
Little gecko friend. Yeah, I just turned in the quest and got 5,000 credits, so...
Oh, cool.
Hey, we have 18,000 credits.
Yay!
And we've robbed these guys blind, I'm assuming?
We already did that, dude.
No, I'm saying like we're sure that we've got everything in here?
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm gonna try again on the scrap.
Oh, are we going back to the ship?
Yeah.
I'm already back on the ship.
Well, you guys are lame.
Stop leaving me behind!
Exactly.
Start paying attention!
And now, well, I had to go put on the... Wow, alright, Captain.
Yeah, Jacob, you're just throwing shade around to everything now.
I am, that's true.
Also shot me.
Or...
Just making my feelings towards robots more and more justified.
Hey Jacob,
oh,
do you
boy.
want to try your hand at the scrap?
Sure. Yeah.
Because you're the only other one that can do it.
Yeah, so is that like a qualification you have to get or thing?
I
Or?
don't think so.
Yeah, I
think
thought
it's
it was.
just engineer and
Let me check.
captain.
That is actually important. Is that a talent? Fan stopper.
Let's use component upgrader, item upgrader, scanner, sensor dish. Nope. Unless it's an upgraded talent, like that you have to research.
I don't think so.
Jetpack, sprinting, scanner, stamina, turret zoom in. No.
Why is there battle music?
I don't know, I was wondering the same thing actually. There is for me. I don't know.
Hop on the scanners real quick.
Well, I mean, we would see something if we were getting attacked. And it's a planet sector, and so nothing ever fights on a planet.
Alright.
Also, can I jump? Are we good to go?
No, please don't. Processing scrap, and if it jumps...
Wait, where are you? I didn't see one, I just checked.
I just got here.
Oh, there you are.
I'm just gonna go left the plebeians who are processing scrap. Also, you didn't use the... Oh, did you have to give the revitalizing syringe to someone?
No, I didn't ever...
No, I swiped it.
Wow.
Ugh.
You said you didn't want it.
So much... I said I did want it.
You said you would take it if nobody else wanted it.
I know,
it's not the same thing as I want it.
And I said, I think I have the lowest, too.
Yeah,
So,
I was saving it for the first to do it the lowest.
Well, I'm saving it to distribute to the crew. Okay, I'm out of attempts, so we can jump.
Okay. You want to hit jump and I'll stay down here and process it?
I'm getting lost on the ship, so, you know.
So, see you guys in 3 hours.
No, I found my way back.
SE-33.
Desert unlocked.
Yeah, that's a robot head.
What do you mean Sabasio's jumped the ship? I did that!
It was me, I did it.
Oh, do you got this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Is that it?
okay.
We good?
Oh, shoot.
Right.
Why did you skip it? We were both down here. Oh, shoot. Jacob, back to battle stations. Jacob, battle stations. What? Hey?
Yep.
Not that I know of. Sorry.
What are the weapons that they have?
The ship is too big!
It's a plasma turret. Yeah, I know. I'm on that.
Okay. Oh, fricky. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna just drop that down a little. Drop that down a little. Drop that down a little. Woohoo! We are burning through this.
And why is it that our laser turret consistently overheats on the first shot?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. That's a great answer.
Let me know if you put more coolant into the system.
I am putting more coolant into the system right now.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, how are we using so freaking much power?
Well, I mean, you can always reduce the amount of power being used.
And that's what I'm doing.
Highbot, why are we facing away from the enemy?
Don't worry about it.
And slowly rotating.
Don't.
That reduces his power, and so he has to go slower.
Highbot, please.
Highbot.
No, it's not that it's not that the rotation is slow that's the problem. It's that we are just slowly rotating instead of like moving into firing position.
Yeah, if we want more shields, we need shields.
Please, Highbot, please.
You want a fuel capsule?
Uh,
Actually, I think we're okay for right now, anyway.
Okay, never mind that.
Okay, we go.
We were much lower earlier.
Well, we are now. Well, I don't know.
Also,
It seems like we're doing okay.
I haven't been able to successfully see what weapons this thing had. So,
It might be because I keep lowering the power to you.
yeah, I might do it. It has rail guns. So
Sorry
you
for
just...
that. Well, no, we already just killed them, so
Okay.
we good.
Yeah.
Did I get the lights back? Oh, never mind, I got it.
Yeah, just
Oh, right.
back up.
Picking up scrap.
It's gonna go heck
We
of
can
slow.
sit
though,
in
'cause
my
I'm trying to
chair.
get Our
Okay, one more jump to
engine.
the
We're down
rescue
to,
mission.
Like, less than a quarter coolant. By the way.
Yeah. So we've got the rescue mission, then 2 jumps to the burrow, and we'll refuel there.
And if they have a repair depot, I really, really want to upgrade the reactors twice.
Yeah.
I kind of always ask for that, but
Well, I mean, it's your job to ask for that.
sir, yes, sir.
Yeah, third.
We could also upgrade the hull, which wouldn't be bad. It would give us an extra 300. 350 actually. So. And the shields would give us an extra 100. But honest, get new shields.
Warp charger. Quantum prop.
Then again, it would charge very quickly. So actually, it might be better to just.
Sensor. Oh, we picked up some more scrap. We should probably process that before we go.
Yeah, I'll get on that.
We have
I'll head down as well.
Interesting.
Man, why are there no elevators on this ship? Like for real, I like this ship a lot. It's a very pretty ship. It's like it feels like a proper large vessel compared to the other stuff in this game. But like for real, man, it is so hard to get around.
Invest in them.
Alright, I'm out of choice. So I'm gonna start prepping for warp because I think our shields are charged and jazz.
EM sensor.
Yes. Good.
Oh, crap. Okay.
Excellent. What are you doing out of here? This isn't your station. Get out of here. Did you just put weapons down for some reason?
I'm gonna consolidate our hold a little bit, because right now things are a little bit of a mess.
It's so hard to organize. I tried once, and it's just so stupidly big. It's
Well,
so hard.
mostly I just want to keep all of the scrap together and away from everything else.
I know. I tried that, and it's very difficult. So if you can figure out a way to do it, go for it. But it's hard.
I think it's a matter of just knowing which slot belongs to what.
Yeah, but they're all separate from each other, so it's like very messy.
Yeah, I'm certainly not suggesting that it's easy or that it makes sense.
It's just pretty. Oh yeah, we have more talents.
Oh, we do. I should go spend that on a thing.
Yes. I bought.
Yes.
Bought.
Spend that on a thing.
And recommend doing that.
All right.
Also, do we process all of our scrap now, or do we still have some left?
We've got 3 left, and I don't have any tries.
Yeah, I don't either. I'll get it as soon as we work. Speaking of, we are ready to work whenever you are.
Yes.
Sure.
Please.
If
you don't mind.
Lag. Oh my gosh, I was stuck in the ceiling.
Lag. Always so much lag.
Don't jump the warp yet. Don't skip the warp yet.
Tell me when you want it.
We can play Liar's Die.
We can jump now? Skip?
Yeah. Skip the warp.
Unit 15.
Oh yeah, this is we were supposed to give fuel to, right?
TU Command sent you. Did they? Our superiors will be displeased when they discover we requested assistance from the Union, but it seems we've been left with no other choice. General distress signals are too risky these days. Go on then, let's get this over with quickly. Have a fuel capsule. Just the one.
Really? Just one?
Yeah, that's all they wanted.
Hey, look at it. According to the map, like, there's nothing here. Also, why is the distress beacon still active? Or is that a new one?
Yeah, that is the same one.
They don't have any cargo. What losers?
Okay.
Wait, so that is a new one? That's a new distress beacon?
No, it's the same distress beacon. Same planet.
Alright, well, we'll let them do their thing. Did we not finish the mission?
No, we did.
No, we definitely did. Yeah, okay.
Most certainly complete.
They have WD course particle shields level 2.
No.
And we will not be breaking through those shields today.
They have level 3 electromagnetic sensors.
Also, they only have... Well, actually, their hull is bigger than...
Okay, you know what? We're leaving.
Weaker.
Wow, you don't like us eyeing up their ship?
No, not when we just rescued them.
The scientist and the engineer must join forces.
Want to skip?
TU Command requests a crew of officers for a voluntary assignment inspecting the Lotharis 9 planetary colony. Have we done this one? Is this the one with the like psychedelic stuff coming from underground, or is this a different one?
Wait, which one is this?
It might be.
Colony inspection of Lotharis 9.
It might be.
Well, let's accept it anyway, and we can always ditch it later if we don't want to.
Reach Lotharis 9, speak to the directors, dock, inspect greenhouse. You
guys want to skip forward?
Yes.
Skip forward.
Starting warp.
Exactly, that's one of ours.
I randomly get things shooting things at things.
You're not wrong. Things and things randomly shoot
What
things.
do they have?
They're on our team, dude.
I can't scan. Really? Our scanning power is not enough? Oh, probably because
Oh.
Warped.
I guess we'll leave now.
I wasn't the one that pushed it. I don't know.
No, I was, but I thought I was telling Pybot to align, and it turned out he'd already done that.
Pybot's better than you think he is. You wanna skip?
Only by a split second. Like, the button changed while I was about to click it.
Initiating jump rope again, and is there a repair depot here? Please.
No.
No?
Yes, maybe. I don't know. I'll look at the planet.
It shouldn't be a planet. It should be an outpost.
I mean, yeah, it's a planet. It's
Yeah, can we?
Okay, yeah, there's only the planet and our ship. Technical check. And
What?
comms is just our long range.
Can we?
sea command.
Can we hail them if there is an outpost here?
There's
No,
no.
there isn't.
Seriously, nothing?
I mean,
Wait
it's
a
just a
second.
planet.
This is the burrow, right? Well,
Yeah,
okay,
that's
so
where we are.
If we talk to them via comms,
Well, they're not showing up on our comms list. And
well, I'm gonna go down to the planet because through this.
Okay. And planet is arid climate.
Actually, yeah, that's a good idea. We should go down and check for traders.
We should be able to, at the very least, we should be able to get fuel and stuff and coolant. But usually that's on a thing that you talk to them. What the freak is this?
Is there any reason not to wear a hazardous environment suit?
I think it.
Yeah, it slows you down a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a lot.
Oh, this is the Star Wars planet.
It really is, though. Got a pit droid right outside the front door. Oh, that's embarrassing.
They're literally. Wow, this is literally actually. What is this place? What the heck?
I'm going
It's like Mos Eisley as a resort.
Yeah.
I can go buy alcohol.
Look here.
Ale, rum.
There's a store that sells only grenades. Don't know quite how to feel about that. Trade. Oh my gosh. There's so many grenades here.
What is this place?
There are repair grenades. What?
Really?
Yeah. Repair grenades, heal grenades, fire killer grenades, mini grenades, pulse grenades. You name it, they've got it. Let's see, there's a laboratory here. Let's see what these guys are up to.
Go check around all the structures then.
Research material.
Wow, what is this?
Wow. Hey, we can buy research materials here.
Wait, really?
There's one.
Yeah, what colors do you want?
Joseph, this is your turn.
I don't know, because it doesn't like reveal what texts are there until I actually have.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, well, what colors do we have very few of?
We have nothing of everything except for black. We have one
Okay.
black.
So we might actually want to get more
looks
black,
like
though, because
1,000 credits each.
Oh, there's an elevator here.
But there is
Are
just
we in
like
the
a bunch
building
of
that I was
everything.
just in that has like the balcony and stuff like that?
This is like a
Maybe.
sealed off room.
I'm coming down the elevator right now.
I see a quest somewhere, and I'm gonna go try and find it. So,
I found this little like secret stash of stuff, and I want to see
what's this thing?
some
The steer.
scumbag.
I've seen the steer. He says my path is not this one, so I'm going to mutiny. Wait, what? I shouldn't be telling him this.
The sphere.
What? Wait, does he actually say that?
Okay.
I couldn't talk to the seer.
Oh, I thought you were talking to somebody who had talked to this.
You,
Yeah.
Oh, there's a quest in the Colonial Union's lab. Cabin Arendt.
Yeah, that's the guy who sells the research
research
materials.
mats.
Yeah, we should definitely do that. Because that would be awesome.
Well, I don't have access to any credit.
You should do.
I know they can fix that.
Yeah, no, you should have 2,000 credits.
Oh, maybe it was just being there.
I've added 6,000.
This is so detailed. What the heck? What's this place?
Okay, so
Like a storage room thing?
this one costs 2,200. And you gave me 6,000, right?
Well, that's 6,000. Oh, what the freaking freak?
Oh, this one only costs 1,500.
Fungus
Okay.
infection.
What?
You got... I just found like... What the crap did I just find?
Oh man, black research mats cost a ton.
I just found an underground cavern thing. You guys should totally come here.
I'm buying research mats, so if you could.
I don't know where you are, and I can't find anybody who sells scanners yet.
I was just in the building that was like closest to the
I'm gonna stop on research mat.
entrance. What the heck? What the heck? There's a door in the basement.
Am I hidden there?
Oh.
It's the only thing that's here, and it's boarded up, and I can't get through it.
You are not showing up on my scanner, so I'm guessing.
Yeah, you went into a sub area.
Yeah, well, I didn't go into a sub area. I was actually in the
Oh.
I'm still searching for this exclamation point that is around here somewhere. I think I've got close to it.
So this is interesting. By the way, my other friend, Jared from high school. Do you remember Jared, Joseph? Did you remember him?
A little bit.
Jared Green. He played League with us sometime.
Oh, there's a cave. Hello. Who are you?
But he apparently wants to play with us if there's a spot in it. We want to help.
Yeah, bring him in.
Are you an aspiring blind jumper? We're having more people interested in our profession. If you come across anything peculiar amid your warp travels, we would be glad to hear about it. Peculiar findings, blind jumpers. Oh.
Find the strange creature. What did you do?
There are strange things in the galaxy, many of which all who do not seek them out. However, there's something that we have been trying to track down for quite some time with no success. Said to be a creature with a great eye that resides in an unmarked sector of space. Only a few have witnessed it.
Oh
and even
no!
have survived such an encounter. Oh, that sounds.
Oh
weird.
no! There's an arena here.
If you come across this creature in your travels, please let me know. It would be a great addition to our ranks. You know, I would compensate you.
You guys.
Blind jumpers are risk takers. Are we doing an arena fight?
I don't know. Are we?
Of course, the robot would make us fight for it today.
Well, because the last time that we ran into anything like that, it turned out really well for us, but it also took us like 2 hours of grinding at it.
It was terrible.
And it was like 98% just Lucas running around in circles, kiting enemies.
Invisible. It was so stressful.
It was
so bad.
Wow! Speaking of robots, there's a bot named Mouth standing here. His dialogue is, "It always amazes me the lengths biologicals will go to in order to get themselves killed."
Yeah, I don't like that.
The timing was amazing.
Can I see somewhere how many credits you allocated me?
No.
Really? You can't?
No.
There's a crew allocation of 6,000.
Okay, I'm adding.
I think that might be just first come, first served, or it might be that many each.
I thought it was.
Registration. 100
Hey.
credits to enter. Defeat 10 cycles to win 50,000 credits. Enter tournament.
Yeah, like 4 years? I don't know.
We're not doing that.
3 years, yeah.
3 years.
Lucas, we have a BKB warp in our cargo.
What is a BKB word?
It says it boosts our warp charge rate when hull is less than 30%. That's weird.
Oh yeah, it's one of those like.
Oh yeah. It's
processor
if we
things.
it's a processor that if we get damaged below a certain point, then we can charge our warp faster.
Yeah.
Get better.
We have.
Jared, did you
Yeah.
see the game?
Oh. Okay, I
it's
think I
not
found
listed
your weird
as
spot,
a
Lucas.
Battlefields game.
It
Yeah, that's
should
the
be
one.
called that, yes.
Oh, it's considered full.
What?
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
no. Here, I'll kick Piebot.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Piebot.
Oh,
Good riddance.
Joseph, I'm just saying.
Oh, where was this cave you were talking about that was weird?
Let me show you. Come here. Follow me. Yeah. That's the grenade shop.
Follow me.
Just in
know
the
way.
first building.
First build. You mean
If I can remember which one it is. This one. Right here. What is this called?
yeah.
Layout of this
Yeah,
place is very odd.
Retreat. Something retreat. Okay, so Piebot's gone, Jared, so you can join now.
Do you know how to pilot a ship?
Are you over here?
Because if you don't, we're gonna have a problem.
Look at this. Look at this. Isn't this crazy?
What the frick is this thing?
What is this? Right? Then you come down
Seer.
here, and there's nothing in here except for that.
So you guys, I found a floating transparent brain in a jar.
Yes, that's the seer.
It is. It is.
Do you see this? What is this?
Maybe future content.
Which is really sad.
That's
It looks so-
probably true, actually.
it's
Okay,
so
are there just no
interesting
shops here at
how
all?
it's-
Roll
Uh,
rewriter.
There's
Change skills.
Are you sure about the password? It's not
It's,
uh
it is Bob.
The
we
password
took
is
out
definitely
Bob
Bob,
Short
all
for sure.
lowercase.
So, yeah, it's all lowercase.
okay.
Is it?
It can't join crew, it just full. That's what it's complaining
It's
about.
not
Hmm.
full.
That is
It
weird.
is definitely not
Ouch.
full. There's a role available.
Yeah, because we just.
Do you want to?
Hi,
Do you
Bob.
want to close the game listing and reopen it? See if it.
Yeah,
Listen.
that's what he's doing. Ugh.
Get it just relisted. Okay, so have any of you guys been able to find any shops that sell anything other than grenades?
I just found one guy selling weapons.
Okay, here we go.
I mean, other than the map.
Okay,
Well, let's
you're running
start
over
big.
towards. It's a good start.
There we go.
Yeah, you know
My
what?
weapons are if you really want, but I don't really want to. This guy, rations, tools, souvenirs, I've got it all. Hey, didn't we need a dehydrated sandwich for that guy back up post 448?
Yeah, we do still need that.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy one for him.
Okay. Oh, you trust me with the pilot?
Well, we trust you more than we trust Pybot.
Okay.
Which,
I'll do my
if
best.
you want to be totally honest, is not saying that, but
So,
It's sort of a default state, isn't it?
yeah.
I can pull out my joystick. I don't know if it links.
Hey, it would probably actually be better for precision.
Honestly. Oh, I just found the arena. Oh, I don't like this.
I know,
Oh.
right? It looks
I
terrible.
think that 6,000 credit limit you set was actually real, because definitely spent more than 6,000.
But 6,000 credits in one go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, wow. I'm gonna change that. That's not right. Alright, well, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I just found the seer.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Spooky looking, isn't it?
yeah, that's different, alright.
Who sell anything?
That was
Really just need to buy 3 scanners and some coolant. Like, that's literally why we came here, is for scanners and coolant.
all I want is just the coolant. I don't care about the scam really.
And yet you
Okay.
still get lost and complain about it.
No, I just
Yeah.
want the people that have scanners to tell me where they're going, or even the scanners. Like,
So now here's the next question. Now that I've bought this, Matt, where are they?
Should be in your
You did
inventory.
Yeah.
oh no, the research materials just go right to the ship.
Oh, did they?
Well, they're
Oh,
not
that's
the
useful.
ship either.
What?
Oh no.
Because I checked both those places just said,
Is that a bug? Don't let that be a bug. I don't want that to be a bug.
Because we just spent like 20,000 credits.
no, it wasn't 20,000, it was only like 12 minutes.
Are you sure?
spent a
'Cause we
fair
spent
amount
28,000,
of money on that.
And now we have 9,000.
Are you sure it is not in your inventory? Because you can have a lot of crap sitting there and not have it equipped.
Oh,
showing.
wait. Check your crew's locker.
Oh yeah, it
Sometimes-
might have gone to your locker, that's true.
Okay.
Sometimes they go that way. Not always.
So now I have to find the crew quarters, which I don't think I've ever been to.
I've only been to it once and it was on accident.
Are you all on a station?
We're on back in the ship now, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is
Has
this?
anyone ever done pilot before? I think
I have.
Piloting
Okay.
is
Are you
not
not
as
doing
hard as it
joystick?
seems.
Let's see.
What?
I mean, I can set it up quickly, but I don't know how much time I want to take.
Yeah.
I found your weird stuff.
Oh, good.
It's
Where?
in my locker.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say next. It wasn't in my look. So if you can give it to me, I can put it in the
Yep.
the actual research area.
So, the controls are WASD plus Q and E. So Q and D is
Okay.
to roll.
I strongly prefer precise manual mode, just so you guys know. Like,
Yeah, I prefer precise manual as well.
precise manual is so much better.
Yeah, because then you can actually move
Mission
backwards.
start. Oh, that's weird.
See.
You guys, so
this the two
buying
fly-
those
fly in general?
buying those research mats
So to
counted as
change
a
between
mission
those,
starting.
I think it's
It's X.
Bizarre.
So try it out, and then if you hold right click, it changes what all those do.
Yeah, so it changes it from rotation to translation. So if you hold the button and push, like left thrusters, then the whole ship will just slide to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it changes everything to being just lateral instead of being able to pitch and yaw and all that jazz.
Yeah,
Okay.
which both are actually super important.
So are you ready for me to read out the new things that were revealed by me buying a whole bunch of stuff?
Okay,
Sure.
what do we got?
Okay, so custom eye implants. Piloting UI provides additional information. It's a pilot talent, and it requires 2 purple, 1 white. Stamina boost. All class talent increases your stamina by 20% per rank. Requires 2 orange and 1 green. Gun cooling. All crew's guns will cool down faster, 5% per rank. It's a weapon
Wait, so we
specialist.
can't actually do
We cannot do most of it. Custom
What are our
jetpack
current
rules.
options?
You know what that? Okay, so you only want here are the ones we can do.
Yeah, well, because it doesn't matter if we can't do the other ones.
We could theoretically go back down to the base and buy.
No, we couldn't because we are already well over our budget for that.
I mean, okay, so things we can buy. Custom jetpack fuel increases your jetpack's recharge rank by 25% per rank.
I mean, that would be very convenient.
Decreases incoming damage by 10% per rank as a weapon specialist. Crew heavy armor training. All crew members gain 1 additional armor. Captain talent 5 ranks. Weapon charge booster. Increases warp charge booster. Whoops. Increase warp drive charge rate by 20% per rank. It's an engineer talent. Turret zoom. All class talent increases zoom of turret by 15% per rank. Allows the scanner to detect all.
Okay, so all right, I'm gonna let's see. I'm gonna check the last couple of these.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a lot easier if you just look at it.
So yeah, so let's do item pickup scanner mode, custom jetpack fuel, and heavy armor. Oh, we can't do heavy armor.
We can only research 1 at a time.
Yeah. Oh, I'm giving you a priority list, is what I'm saying. Okay. So we want that, then the jetpack fuel, and then once that's done, I believe there was one other one, I don't remember which, that we had the stuff for that neither of those cost.
Okay. I'll go check it after these warps. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, also Jared.
Yeah, assuming that we want ship rotation and racing school for the points, right?
Yeah, just upgrade your pilot talents first. I would recommend.
Yeah, definitely fill your pilot talents, and then worry about everything else.
Yeah, so you can hold left control to move the ship backward at full thrust, or you can left click to move forward at full thrust.
Okay.
And then if you tap the space bar, then it
the navigation.
Sectors, and the one with blue circle around is the one that I am to.
Okay.
And then I think that's pretty much it.
Do I need to be aware of gun position so I rotate?
I was just thinking about that. Yeah, I think that the turrets. I'm actually not sure. Top.
I see one on top, and is there another one on bottom, or?
So we don't have any. We do not have any ventral turrets at all.
Okay, so I need to rotate so that you're.
Yeah, we have.
So the top always facing.
We have 3.
They're all on top.
We have 3 dorsal turrets, and that's all we've got. So.
Okay. I'll keep that.
So if
the one thing that I don't like, the outside actual what's going on part.
And also
the what?
this thing turns. I don't know. Like
it's the only part you don't what?
Like a toaster.
So you got a question from chat. What is who is our ship's name named after?
Well, it is the USS Bob.
It is the USS Bob.
It's named after them. Congrats, they got their own ship.
Hey, so we're alive? What is this?
What? Oh yeah. So yeah, should have explained that first. Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, we are restricting it to a smaller audience.
Okay.
I don't actually know how many people.
Not many at the moment, but
it is for my brother's efforts to get money for a fundraiser to donate to a charity.
Oh, nice. All for it.
Specifically, it is Extra Life, and they are donating to our local children's hospital, primary children.
Oh, that's nice.
It is.
Okay. I'll make sure to be on my best behavior.
Who is the AOG?
That's good. The AOG is the Alliance of Gentlemen.
They hate us.
They are all neutral ships are fall into that category. They're the people that are like the mafia, and they just kind of do whatever they want. They are the ones that do all the illegal smuggling and all that jazz.
We don't like them.
Well, they don't like us.
That's
I
true.
really like playing as them. It's super fun, but
yeah, but we do not like them.
Right.
Are you gonna take on a Space Titan?
What?
Space Titans. That's all I remember from that.
I don't know.
It's like the spread of the red is near like the Space
the
Titans
infection.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. Fighting the infection sucks.
Yeah, it was terrible. It was very interesting and very pretty.
I really liked it, but man.
Yeah. All right, are we ready to work?
I am.
I'm aligned.
Yes.
Great, perfect. I just want to get this show on the road as it.
We should, as soon as we arrive, we should have 2 more talent.
You ready to skip?
But in the meantime.
Yeah, I am. Also, can we not pick up any other missions on the side before we go to help us for 4-8? That'd be great.
Yeah, I'm
also
working on it.
Also, can I be the one that initiates? We're starting because we keep overlapping and it's really sad.
Okay,
so
so
this is the planet?
Yeah, this is the planet that we're meant to be at.
What's the talent that we're working on right now?
It is scanner. It allows me to look at and see.
Yes, it's the item scanning mode.
Yeah. Okay.
Super useful.
So, yeah, I will not be getting that one, so I'll use up all my points. I didn't know if I should keep some of my points. Is the planet going to kill me if I go on it?
No, it has nothing.
Okay. So
It's arid.
It took you some time to think about that.
It's arid, so don't take your suit off. I mean, you're not a robot, so don't worry too much.
But
you're always in a suit. You're a fish person.
Oh yeah.
So arid would be especially bad for you.
Actually, it's just fine, I think.
Okay, I'm already lost. Where's the teleporter?
Follow the signs.
Got it.
Turkey. Ooh, a repair
It's
gun. Better repair gun.
actually quite hard to explain where it is in relation to everything
Yeah,
else.
it's actually super hard.
Good
I've
side.
tried it several times. Hey, I think I got a new reactor.
This right
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, where's the suits?
You don't need the suits.
Yeah, we
we're
don't
fine.
need the suits for this.
We're humans. We're fine.
Yeah, you filthy humans.
Okay.
It's funny because you're
Oh
vulnerable
my
to
gosh, there's
air.
red dots everywhere.
Where?
So there's 3
Where are you?
outside in this direction. There's 8 in this direction. In this direction there's 6. That direction there's
Oh my
2, and then farther there's 4 in that direction. Plus some research
Goodness.
material. So,
All right.
you know,
Yes.
Well,
don't wander
weapons
off.
hot.
There they are. So you know, just
Oh,
be
that was
careful.
exciting.
All right, let's. I think it's time to try out my new toy.
Jacob, did you buy yourself a gun and not tell anybody?
I did, yes. That's true.
Okay.
Oh my
I
gosh.
want to go in this direction so if someone can
Beam
come with
pistol.
me.
I think we're all coming behind you because we don't have anything else to do.
Yep.
There. Here's this. Ooh, there's 2 research materials here.
Excellent.
Okay, so there's a door in this direction if we keep going. But there are enemies around, so be
Are
careful.
there mines?
There's no mines.
No mines. There are enemies that act like them.
There's a couple more right here.
Oh, it hit me
Yeah, whatever.
from like 12 feet away.
Okay, there's...
Why is it that you're...
There's
Whoa!
one.
You're right in the middle of this. Okay,
Oh,
hello,
I
friend.
know it's around here somewhere. Immediately a bit.
That is true. It is around here.
Okay, there's 4 more over here, so...
Oh, good. That's what I like to hear. Oh, that one's fast. What the heck?
There it is.
Oh, overheated, of course.
I do like that I'm going first, because I'm the squishy scientist. So it says there's a
Yeah,
door.
I was wondering
Doesn't have
about
anybody
that.
kill you.
There is a door here, yes.
Oh my gosh, more red dots.
Yeah, you should not be the one in front. Just
Okay,
saying.
so...
Where are
there's
we
one-
going? We're going right or left?
Well, I can't tell the actual makeup.
Oh, watch out.
There's enemies everywhere, so... There's 3 enemies up ahead. Actually, 4? 4. They're overlapping a bit.
Here, Jacob, do you want to go first?
Yep.
Where's our weapon spot?
Uh-oh.
Where is he?
He's
Where is Wetbot, actually?
somewhere. I don't know.
Supposed to be here.
Go.
Was here.
Okay. Oh, there he is. He's aggroing everything.
Weapon
Literally
spot,
everything.
yes.
Okay.
Nothing could
It
go
looks like
wrong.
there's another level, because...
Yeah, there's several levels. Also, there was a couple branches off that we didn't take.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't actually tell the layout of this place from this. I
Yeah.
can just tell where enemies are.
Yeah.
Well, that's sometimes a pretty good indicator.
Hey, I think there's a shortcut if we go down to the left.
Is
Well,
this a
this-
dead end?
Yeah. Yes.
What
Okay.
is this thing?
Yeah, so it's down here.
Okay, there's one right here.
Here, I'm gonna.
Yeah, this thing's full of enemies.
Whoa! That
Oh,
spawned
shoot.
very close. Woo!
Anything else? Anybody else in here?
Yes, bunch.
Where?
Right
All
there.
over the place.
Oh,
So there's 5 more in here.
where?
Around, in front of us.
Ow. Ow.
Yep. Just back up.
Oh,
Look
crud,
at
it's
you.
got ammo.
Okay.
Hey, I've got an ammo clip I can send to you.
That would be nice.
Waiting for the
I
heating
didn't
to
even think to
recharge.
check.
Why won't it let me send? Okay, there we go.
Oh,
Okay, there's 3 more. So,
3 more?
yeah.
It also looks like there's a research. Oh, no, that's his hand. Just kidding.
Okay. Queen already dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
so what
Okay.
was this mission?
Oh, that's...
Oh, you picked.
Oh,
Did someone pick up the research already?
somebody picked up something.
I think I did. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Just, give it to me later, because
It's just habit. I pick up.
Because I need it.
I do need it. So it says there's another enemy back here, but it looks like it's below us.
So- What we are meant to do here is find the
Kill.
secret research base, 18 left, and investigate the whereabouts of the research team.
Okay.
Interesting.
So we found the research team, right? I mean, they were all the dead ones, right?
They're always dead.
Yeah, I'm assuming
They
so.
are.
It shows
Yeah,
that
research
the
team
objectives
is
are all
one.
complete, but we are still not actually... That is disgusting.
Let's go down the other
Alright.
path that we
There,
did.
yeah, we have another. Oh, watch out.
Hey, buddy.
I did not have my scanner out for that one.
Research teams are like mushrooms.
Yeah, they
And
really
you guys took off to where? Exactly? Just back
we
up the
just went
corridor?
back up.
Right.
Yeah.
We just kept going up, and then there was like another spot that we hadn't gone down. And then there's another path down to the left that we're gonna try.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Enemies?
So
No.
did you guys just
No,
go to the
enemies.
right at the fork on the way
It's
out?
yeah, but it's a dead end, so we're just gonna go back.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're just
brilliant.
leaving now.
Okay, well, that
Run-
means I
there
should
are a lot
run
of
into you on the way
enemies.
up, assuming we start
Yes.
talking about the same place.
Something over there, I can't tell what it is.
Well, all the enemies should be in
Well, I found the
ground,
exit.
Uh,
so- Oh, yeah, we should wait for that.
So you guys
We can take
went
anything.
to where did you actually go?
We exited the structure. That's all we.
Oh, I see. You're actually at something right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was under the impression that you just took a different tunnel.
Get him!
Is there actually friendly fire?
No.
Oh, okay.
Thank goodness.
So there's one enemy straight ahead and 2 more to the right.
Straight ahead is in through.
Right
Oh, that.
When I say straight ahead, I mean straight ahead.
Easy peasy.
Loves Jake.
Weapons spot. There is no melee in this game. You do not need to stand next to them.
The robot just likes fight. I think it's pretty clear. I think we need to take it down now before it becomes, you know.
The AI takes over.
Yes,
Exactly.
there's more enemies down here, so there they are.
Oh, somebody.
Oh, it spits. Does it?
Does it?
I don't know.
I don't think so. It just has a really.
Oh my gosh, weapon spot. And you.
Hi. That is a health
That's
bar.
out of my range.
Okay, let's wait for this to cool down a bit, and then I'm gonna there we go.
Thank you.
Where's Weapons Bike? Because he's probably gonna die.
Well, he should just be following the captain.
Ah, there he is. Oh, shoot.
I don't have my scanner out right now, so I can't really.
Can we not be running around and aggroing bad guys? Just not do that anymore.
There's one.
Hey, look, aggroing more bad guys.
Oh, it's weapon spot. I blame
Weapons
weapon.
Bike.
Well, yeah.
Just running off.
Where did you go?
What?
He's there. He is. Okay.
Crying out
Um,
loud.
Billy,
There's some more enemies in this direction and research materials, which I want. I think they're on the other side of this, though. Not.
You just want us to fight the enemies. We know.
I want research materials. If there's enemies in the way, I don't really care. 'Cause I don't actually do much of the fighting. I just kind of heal.
You heal them to death.
I don't even know if I'm doing damage. I just point my gun in the direction and shoot.
That's good. Don't.
With enough pew pews, that's all we need, right?
Okay,
Yep.
3 more.
3 more? They're all gonna be right here.
Weapons bot, where are you going?
Oh, I am overheated. It's not good.
Why is weapons?
Where does
need
he
to
keep
control your
going?
bot, man. Get control
Okay,
of
you
your
know what?
bot.
I'm gonna see if I can make him not do that.
Okay, so it says the research material should be right there.
Is he set to like aggressive or something?
Did you pick up the research material?
Yeah. I'm just healing weapons bot. Okay, now we
Yeah,
can
good
do
luck.
the
Yeah,
real
I
mission.
think I can get him to stay a little closer.
There's the base. I'm not picking up anything.
Secret research.
Sell
base.
biscuits!
Yeah, whereabouts. What?
Oh my gosh, you can have the weapons bot have a base priority for selling biscuits.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's if you're on the Fluffy Biscuit ship, or if you collect a lot of biscuits because they pile up.
No, I know, but you can set that
Nice.
regardless.
So you guys don't need to
Yeah.
follow me. I'm just checking for more things.
I'm just looking
with my scanner.
for anything.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else. There's just the base behind us, which we have gone in.
Yeah.
Alright, I fixed
That's
it.
where my first-
Where is he? Oh yeah, here he is. Okay, where are you guys?
How did you fix it?
Oh, wait, no, I see an NPC.
What? Where?
What?
They are this direction. Follow the lady
What? Where did said lady go?
outside the base.
Yeah, where?
Okay, I'm heading back into the base right now.
Oh, I see.
Jetpacking.
Yo, I see you.
Yeah, this way.
His stay close to captain priority is higher.
I think his shoot stuff priority.
I don't see one
so
for
I'm not
him.
sure if
But I did
actually
fix his
is, like,
name.
The map or something.
Yeah, they could be. Hold on. What?
Yeah, this looks a little sus.
That hurt. Right? I'm just following my scanner, dude.
Alright, well, let's do that then.
It's perfectly flat. So, you saw an NPC over here?
Yeah,
There's
I
no
see,
see stuff flipping through the walls.
I see a white blip, which is the scanner says is an NPC. And now I can't. It does feel a bit like a trap.
It's not just that it feels like a trap; it's that it feels unfinished.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if.
So let's go back inside the actual research base, like the living quarters. Because the wood door isn't there.
The living quarters were empty when I checked.
Yeah, I'm in here right now.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Never mind then. What about the storage room?
Well, you know what? I
check
think
in
we
there
might
too.
actually be done. We just need to turn in the mission with command.
Yeah, do we use long range comms to turn in the mission?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back to ship.
Back where the ship?
No.
We found that they got
productive.
killed by giant ants.
Spiders.
Spider ants. They were ants. They were definitely ants.
Spants.
Spants.
Got killed by giant spam.
Oh wait, this is the wrong direction. Oops.
Classic research team, am I right?
Hey, I feel like that's a bit discriminatory against research team. You know, I am a researcher
Oh my
myself.
No, it was
so-
against you.
Oh. Oh yeah, can I get that bluff
Perform
standard?
routine inspection. Inspect. Wait.
Inventory. Strange
That's...
Yeah, I
Same.
guess.
This is not what I wanted.
Wait, who?
To the green.
Green.
Sabasius.
Oh no! This came from a specific NPC. A friend of mine was working with a research team,
Yeah.
etc., etc. Where did we get this mission?
It should say, shouldn't it?
Wait, what?
Cool.
What's happening? It just unchecked investigate whereabouts. Did one of you guys just do something?
No?
Uh,
No, mine's still checked, bro.
Because I just watched it uncheck and then recheck.
I
What?
probably sent the metal thing.
Oh, that's what we need. We need that. Never mind.
We need what?
Okay, so is it checked currently?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll send it over to you. Research metal.
Oh, okay.
Send to you. There you go.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
So, now what?
So now,
So this was it. Outpost 448. We have to go there to turn it in.
yeah. Well, so I don't know if we have to go to there to turn it in. I don't know where we got it from. But we do need to go back there to restock. We do need to get back there.
Full contact at Outpost 448, so I'm assuming.
So we're doing.
Oh, okay, yeah. We're good.
Oh,
No,
great.
no.
So are we
Close
lined
that.
up? Can we
Yeah, we are.
get rolling?
Go for it.
Yep, it's lined.
Jumping.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
It better be.
Well, yeah, it was.
Okay. Skipping
What
war
is he doing?
right now.
Okay.
Oop.
There's no remote.
And bandits. Lights are coming off.
Bounty hunting.
Okay.
Okay. Oh. Close mission.
I'm gonna reduce some of your power to engineering just because once you get in position, too much. Do you want to run the shield program, Joseph?
Okay. Yeah. So from the bridge location, I can't actually that unless I walk over somewhere else. So
Oh.
that's why I like to be in my science lab, but obviously communication there, so it's a bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Even though you certainly can handle everything with engineering from the that you need like on a moment-to-moment basis from the bridge, I find that engineering especially is a lot easier.
Are we done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just gonna balance power.
Collecting scrap.
Oh, I don't need to actually fly into it. Okay.
No, it's
Yeah, you can, but it's way easier not to.
You do have to be within a certain
you're flying,
range of
can you
it.
do it? Not as much. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I was experimenting with the controls again because that flight was a mess.
That's good.
Yeah, it's just
learning how to control the thing is good.
I didn't use coolant that flight. Everyone should be very proud of me.
Oh, I'm
Nice.
proud of you. Okay, I'm gonna go research the next thing.
I'm gonna start jump prep and start processing said scrap.
So I've created a new order condition called maintenance. That's like research
You
things,
wanna-
fix your stations,
I didn't
process scrap. Because everybody pretty much has stuff to do.
You wanted custom jetpack fuel next, right?
I think so.
Yes, that's correct.
Does that increase jump height? I mean jetpack?
It increases jetpack fuel recharge rate, and it's a talent you have to take. So
Oh,
Mhm.
I see.
Yeah, so you can put points into it. Which?
Yeah, I'm gonna lower more power from engineering because we're still overheating.
okay, I can now look for items with my skin.
It's only 40%. It's only when you get 90% it starts to be a problem, right?
Oh, did we contact the thing that was here at the beginning?
What?
There was when we got here, there was something we could contact. Never mind. It was on the contact array. You
Well,
probably
line us up
don't
for
know.
jump, please.
Right, I wouldn't know. Thank you for the derogatory comment.
I mean, you don't have any access to. It was mainly directed at Jacob in case he went over and saw the thing and just did it.
Can we line up for work?
All right.
Where's the
Robot pointing a gun at me.
Yeah, I want to get in on this threatening action.
By the way, so the other programs I can run increase reactor output by 50% in 10 seconds. Should I be using
The only
those?
problem is, like, yes.
Where are we going?
It's that it increases heat.
Oh, okay.
This doesn't look much like lining us up.
I'm just struggling with inverting.
That's
Also,
okay.
if we ever need to fully heal Soul Ship system, tell me.
Hopefully we should all know at that point because everything gone.
I mean, you know.
Literally everything will be on fire when we do that.
Again, I have to go somewhere else in order to actually. see
Almost
the
had it.
system.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'm almost there.
I really like that your idle animation has your character like sort of pulling on the control.
I think I got it. Okay, there we go.
Yep, we're lined up. Jump when ready.
Is that it? Okay. Jumping.
That took longer than it should have.
Okay.
Boop, 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 boop.
Oh, I'm gonna go process some more scrap.
Well, it's already there, so.
Nope. I'm not doing that. We're not doing that.
Space drones.
Lights are. Come on.
It's gotten to the point where I'm just keeping my flashlight on because the lights go out every couple seconds.
Hey, if you can get us all these fights, my mon and also shield.
Oh, yep, shield thing. Program, execute.
I'm gonna load you another full.
Where are the weapons?
Let me know when we need it. Oh my gosh, these are the things that jump around all the time and make me lose lock.
Oh, that sucks.
They're really annoying.
Alright, can we come about?
Let's see. I believe so.
Oh dear.
Don't have the coolant for this.
Oh, it jumped again. Dang it.
Yeah, they are really
Wanna try
annoying.
running? Just skip this fight.
I mean, they're not doing damage to us currently, so.
Yeah, but they were.
Yeah, but that was when the other ship was still alive.
Jacob, what do you think? Should we skip this fight?
No.
I mean, I'm inclined to go for the credits and scrap.
Well, they are doing more damage now.
I just think at this point in time, it is less
Yeah.
We'll start the warp prep if we want to do that.
Yeah, go ahead and spool up the engines. We'll keep returning fire with whatever power you can spare.
I added another
But
fuel capsule if you want to run the shield.
Yeah, I ran it.
Basically just gonna spin us and line up with the jump.
So I'm lowering power to weapons and keeping power to shields, but
Adding to the main thruster output doesn't actually do anything for us, right?
it just makes us go faster.
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready to jump. Are we good to go?
No. No. I had us lined up. Now it's not. Oh. Okay.
Let me win. Let me
such
win.
is life.
Jump.
Yes. Yes.
Alright, do we got any more system damage?
Jumping.
We have 18 on
Life support,
leave.
yeah. That would be life support. I don't need it, but you people do, so let's go ahead and fix that if you don't mind.
Oh,
Right.
you people. Okay.
I'm not gonna skip warp this time, so you know.
Yes, please don't.
Ugh, pilot is stressful because it overturns.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
So what do we want to research next? Apparently we're done. Whatever.
Wait. Oh, that's science lab.
Go ahead and upgrade the jetpacks.
Where's life support?
Life support is right next to the telepad.
Oh, okay, I'll go down there and repair it.
All friendly ship turrets will charge 4% faster per rank.
No, you've got other to do. You can. There's 3 scrap to thing.
I'm already
Process.
here,
That's the one.
I already just repaired it. I have an ink group. It's a lot faster. Also, I need to reallocate power really quick because the engine not as. Oh, no, just kidding. It's still pretty toasty.
See, I told you it turned like a toaster.
So, of researches we
Well,
can do.
I'm
right
out of
now,
scrap attempts, so
There's
Okay, I'll go check.
if you want to catch that, and I'll allocate power.
Whoa, that was. Wow, this is laggy. Whoa, that's laggy. Okay, yep, I'm out of attempts.
Yeah.
So there's warp charge
weapons
boosters we
powered
can
up.
do, upgraded turret power conduits, and reloader. Oh, are we to the next place?
No, I'm just trying to get weapon spot to stop putting power in, like trying to use weapons power.
Okay.
Trying to use weapon power? What does that mean?
Well, weapons were powered up,
What do you
and
mean
that
weapons
was.
were powered up?
I mean, the weapon system was consuming power.
Oh, that's just it automatically does it while the weapons are cooling down.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Okay, we're all good on my end, and we just made it, so
Okay, we're out.
that's good enough.
There's the planet. Is this?
Okay, I'm initiating warp prep, and I'm gonna go. Oh no! As soon as we start warping again, I can try this.
Research.
Did we already get the
We got the.
back?
We have jetpacks now. Jetpack is now. Yeah.
Custom jetpack fuel 1, 2, 3, 4 ranks. Dang, it's not bad at
So
all.
you can increase your recharge rate by 100 overall.
What we can research now are warp charge boost, encumbered sprint, upgraded turret power conduits, screen hacker, and reloader. So.
Was one of those one of mine?
Don't do reloader. We don't need it. I'm the only one who uses ammo, and frankly I can live with the consequences.
So warp charge boost.
We don't need encumbered sprint.
The warp charge booster would be nice, but not because it improves the warp charge rate,
It's 20% per rank,
which is big. But I mean, it's not really something that's that needed. Honestly, if there's something else we want to use it on, use the research materials on.
I like the power conduits.
What does power conduits do?
All friendly ship turrets will charge 4% faster per rank.
And it's a weapon specialist talent. And there's 5 ranks.
Yeah. Also, we can warp. Are we ready?
Oh, speaking of which, I should put
you want me
points
to
on.
reset that?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, you're ready.
It's going to take 5 warps, so.
Okay. Okay, can I
I'm
warp?
ready.
Lined up.
Warping.
Do you want to skip this warp?
No, let me process crap first. Oh, jeez, if I can. Lag.
Let me know when you're ready.
The true enemy is lag.
It really is,
Seriously,
though.
This is so hard. Oh my gosh, this is so hard. Yeah, I got one, but
Good range.
Okay, you can skip when you want.
Okay.
Okay,
Ooh, that's interesting looking.
Oh, okay. Is that weapons bot?
No, that was me firing a sensor at this thing we're next to.
Do I need to
Vulnerable
go past it to
already.
line up?
Can we?
Or can I just warp through?
Why are we on yellow alert? Why do sketch music?
Oh, there's a...
We're probably
safeguarding.
getting tense music because we're on yellow alert, and we're on yellow alert because I'm a little bit nervous about the fact that there's, like, weirdly...
Both of those guys are on our side. They're just here.
Mm-hmm. It's just a weird sea guardian.
It's more that it had a subtype that made me nervous because I don't know what that does.
All it does is it just changes their stats around. So like the phase drone gives them the phase ability.
Right.
I'm ready to warp to Outpost 448. We good?
Yep.
You're aligned?
Yeah, warping. I'm
No,
gonna
skip
go
jump.
try
We need to
this
figure out our
again.
next...
Why is it lag? Oh,
Let me know when you're done.
hey, I got it. First try.
Nice. Work.
Okay, we're good.
So what do we have in our
I-
inventory?
In our inventory or in our cargo?
Yeah, we have like a bunch of.
Alright, get us into the repair depot if you could.
Oh,
Yes.
the
Also,
one.
so the thing that I picked up was not a warp drive, so it charges much faster, and it has, I think, a better range too.
You mean the BKP warp or something else?
The GTC Snappy Cricket.
Ah. Fast charging warp drive
We
with
also
good
have
range. This
a
device is
railgun
good for
turret that
fast
we can
getaways.
auto turret, I think. Yeah, so we have a railgun turret that we can add to our auto turret.
Oop.
Whoop.
Nothing happened.
Hold up.
Cut that out.
Nothing happened.
Are we?
This is the right station, right, for the repairs? Or am I...
Yeah. Oh well. I don't. I
Yeah,
guess
just
yes.
park us in the middle of it, and Lucas, drop the shields, please.
Are we good to drop the shields right now?
Should be. I mean, unless we bump into something.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm asking. Are we gonna bump into something?
I don't think we are.
We're all good. I just wanted triple check. We're good.
Yeah.
Okay, am I far enough
We're
in,
fine.
or I need to go further?
Yeah, I'm dropping the shields.
Okay, I'm going to dispatch you guys to go hand in the locate research team mission
Okay.
I'm gonna start upgrading our ship. That's
and food for Bomey because somebody apparently has the sandwich.
Oh yeah, I have the sandwich. If somebody else is going onto the station, then I can send you the sandwich.
I'll go then.
Okay. Send to you. There you go.
I'm assuming you can handle the gun.
The what? When you're gone?
The,
Ship.
I was talking to Jacob.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so Jacob, here's what I'm thinking.
Yes.
If I don't think we have enough money to buy the parts that we want to upgrade right now, like a new shield thing, or well, I mean, maybe we have enough money. I don't know what you want to do with that, but but like hull and all that stuff. What? It's different. So I'm thinking I'm gonna upgrade those. So I'm gonna upgrade the reactor, upgrade the shields, upgrade the hull.
Yeah, so start with putting 2 ranks into the reactor.
Okay, that'll probably cost us 11.
Well, okay, put in 1 rank and then let me know what you after that.
Yeah, so we have 26 scrap right now, which is really good.
Yeah.
So this will cost us 5. So we're at 21. Oh, it'll cost us 10 next time. That is a lot. Which we could do if we want, but the shield will cost 3. The hull will cost 4, so that's 7. If you want to do the main turret, that's another 3, so that's 10. That'll leave us with 11 afterwards to upgrade whatever else we want again. So we could do the reactor twice and everything else once, or we could do most of them on the reactor once.
Let's see. Okay, I turned in the 2 quests.
So, as the engineer, do you believe that the reactor can support the upgraded component?
Let me look at the power usages. Increased power usages. So the shield's power usage stays the same. The hull doesn't change. The main turret stays the same. So the reactor, it'll just make the reactor better and everything else will stay the same. But our reactor is easily overheating as is.
Yeah.
If we're running things at even close to full power.
Yeah.
So
that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. I mean, it always makes my job easier with another upgraded reactor. But I mean, we can make it work without it.
There's another quest that I'm thinking about accepting. Here. It's the same guy who gave us the quest to check out the research team.
Mm-hmm. What else has he got?
He says, if you don't mind lending your assistance once more, there's something I need. Have you ever heard of this gas? Sargastia, tribulin, or waxthorn? They're plant materials of a sort. Those two titles my research. Unfortunately, I can't procure either of those materials here in Outpost 448. They're too rare or too dangerous to acquire by normal means. If you could bring me those samples, I would be greatly appreciated.
Hey, yeah, let's do it.
Where did our shield generator go?
I'm checking it against another one.
You don't have to take it out to do that, you know.
And yet it won't let me if I do.
What?
Unless I do it.
The WD cord one is way worse, if that's the one that...
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to have to go to 2 different planets. Sargastia Tribulin, best place to find it would be on a planet with an acidic atmosphere. As for Waxthorn, on a planet with that are arid or extremely hot. The thorns on the Waxthorn's pods have been known to cause unpredictable and even lethal events. So, please exercise caution.
By the way, just in the meantime, Jacob, I'm going to upgrade all the other stuff about the reactor afterwards.
Yeah.
I think we need to prioritize the captain's chair to upgrade, by the way.
Shut up.
It honestly does actually help.
Shut up. Don't encourage him.
I don't think our robots need comfort.
I agree with you, but yeah, we might need the stat boost.
Sure.
That's
okay, I have a question. Just an open question to the group.
Yeah?
Why exactly is it that I repaired our hull to full and we now have several points of damage to it again?
I upgraded the hull.
So you broke the hull while attempting to construct it.
No, upgrading it increases the max health, and that doesn't. It's a point system, not the max or like a percentage thing.
Well, that's just silly.
Yeah.
Heading back to the ship.
Okay, so we have 11 scrap, and so now we can either upgrade the shield again, plus hull for 5 would be 8, and the main turret is 5, so we can't do that. But we would spend 8 and save 3, or we spend 10 and upgrade the reactor.
What are we selling?
A load of random ship components that we don't need.
Also, can we make sure that we get more coolant?
Guess what I found,
yes.
Robot?
Up there.
Oh man, okay, alright.
What did you do?
He just came in here, stood in front of the captain's chair while I'm shopping, and started shooting me in the face.
I
I thought you found another gun.
I found a phase pistol in the station with my new item scanner. It was just lying there in the hydroponics lab.
Just asking to be digging. So,
Sorry.
what were you saying?
Is there a reason the AI just keeps switching into science targeting for enemy systems?
I always see it as science. Is that Jacob? Are you the one doing that?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
No,
Really quick, please, coolant now, please, for all of our sakes. And fuel would also be nice too. Thank you. If you want to get us
okay.
like,
Okay, cool.
we started out with 40 and we're down to 22 right now, so we burned through it pretty. So,
40 fuel, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just rude. Heal me instead, you jerk. There you go. That one doesn't leave bullet holes all over the ship.
Oh man.
Also, while you're randomly shooting, you might actually hit one.
one of the.
Yeah, I need to upgrade my talents to repair major systems over time.
Alright, talent.
So yeah, Jacob, decision time. Do we want to upgrade the shield a couple times? The shield once and the hull again? Or the reactor again?
Is it possible? Do we have enough scrap to split between one shield upgrade and one reactor upgrade?
No, we're too short.
Okay. In that case, I'm inclined to go with the shield, but does the current reactor support that?
Let me look at it now. I haven't looked at it since we upgraded it.
Gonna go get a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
How dare you? The reactor isn't terribly different from the way it was. I mean, it improved the maximum temperature by 400, which is nice. And it increased the output by 2,500, which is nice. But because our engineering bar is so freaking huge, it's the ones that tiny anyways.
Right.
And so the total usage is still small. Like the ratio didn't change a terrible amount.
Okay.
So yeah, and if we upgrade the reactor again, it'll give us an extra. It'll put us at almost. I think 700 or 800 increased max temperature, which would be so nice for me. So that's what would make me happy. But increased shields would make it so that we don't have to. The shields are more worth it for scrap per bonus. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm certainly inclined to go for shields.
Okay, we can do that.
So, all right.
Okay.
We have a ton of automated railgun turret.
We now have a full complement of auto turrets. Just so you guys know.
Also, we still have 8 scrap, so we can either upgrade the hull, give us an extra 400 more integrity, and another 10 armor, which would be nice, which is the same as we got by upgrading it again. Or we can upgrade the shield generator again and possibly another for an extra 150 integrity and much faster charge rate.
Yeah, put another point on shields.
Okay.
Do we know where our new auto turrets are?
I don't think it matters too much.
The pilot has a new skill available. And also, Lucas, are you still? Oh, you're on the ship. Is anybody still on the station?
No, I left. I can go back.
Yeah, because if you can pick up a couple of scanners. No, I'm serious.
I'll only be able to buy 2 of them.
Yeah, that's probably plenty since you don't want one.
Alright.
I just think it's not as worth it.
Do I need to put points into this scanner stuff then? Or...
Depends. Do you want to be able to see item pickups and research materials?
I think it's more worth it just for one person to have those, because...
Yeah, I've picked up both skills, and I mean, I've made as clear as I possibly can that I would appreciate a scanner.
You want us? No.
And also, what's like this component upgrader and scanner sensor dish? Do I need those?
No.
No. Okay.
Scanner.
The item upgrader is what I was just doing, and the sensor is what Joseph does.
So they cost 3,000 credit. So I need to be able to be actually buy them. I need to be allowed to buy them.
Also, we have an extractor installed now as well.
Oh, nice. That's only useful if we find abandoned ships or if we can board somebody on board.
Yeah, but we have one.
It's entirely possible.
Did you hear me?
I believe. What was the question?
I need my allowance so I can actually buy them. 3,000.
Oh, they're 3,000 each?
Jacob, give me more money.
Am I clear to start?
Wow, you were ready.
Hey, Jacob, why do we have...
I need another one. Apparently I can't buy it. Oh, there we go.
Jacob, why do we have an extra railgun turret in our cargo?
Okay.
Because
So,
we
Jacob,
can't
do you want
currently
to-
equip it, and I don't know if we want to sell it yet necessarily. Thank you.
Why wouldn't we, out of curiosity?
Because I don't know if it's better for the type of combat we want to do than
Our
we already
robot
have.
has been renamed, I see.
Yes. I did that ages ago.
I definitely have
I
never
just
noticed
noticed when I saw it on the send items to people list.
Weapon specialists do end up kind of being that type, don't they?
Do you remember that I said I fixed it regarding his AI? That's what I fixed. That is the thing I did.
Okay.
that. Makes sense.
I'm back on the ship.
Okay, am I clear to start taking the ship out, or?
I mean, I'm all good.
Yep, we're good.
Okay.
Okay, so for future
Let's get underway.
reference, Jacob, I would recommend the next time we get 11 more scrap or more,
Mhm.
I would recommend that we get another reactor upgrade, another ship or a shield upgrade for those two as our priority, and then next we do hull and shield again if we can. I think our shield might be maxed out after.
Yep, I concur. We may want to consider item upgrades, but I don't think we necessarily need to worry about that at the moment.
I don't think we have the things like
Yeah.
good enough.
I think
Should, we're supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
there's an item
requires-
upgrader right here.
Yeah.
No, I know, but what I mean is I don't think we have the items that we want to bother upgrading yet. Like we don't have better guns. I have a better repair gun, but it's already +2, so like
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the things to sort of be on the lookout for is upgrading. Let's see. Yeah, so we can upgrade fire extinguishers. Can't
yeah,
upgrade.
which usually isn't a big deal.
Can upgrade
We could-
repair
we could upgrade
guns.
healing beams.
Yeah, we can upgrade the heal
Actually,
beam, which makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Also, can we line up to the right place and so I don't accidentally jump up?
Oh, thank you. I didn't realize it was set already. Wait.
Yeah, when one of those little
Okay,
blue
let's try it.
rings shows up,
All right, are we good? to
generally try and point
Yep.
yourself at it.
Affirmative.
jump? Jumping.
Hello there.
Hey.
So Chukmel writes,
Oh.
I got a new nickname, but it's still me. Who's all on right now? And the answer to that question is I am here, obviously. And as you can see, we've got Bluefire, Savasio, Roke Alpha B, and a wetbot that I've renamed to Suicidal Idiot because it keeps trying to get itself killed.
Because it sure deserves it.
We skip and jump. Skip orb.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Okay, lining up.
Oh,
we have a.
USS Nofrecta. The USS Flix says
You
that.
wanna contact?
No, I've already talked to them. We're good.
Oh, all right then.
Warp one ready.
Captain doing
Weapbot, weapons robot.
Well, it's lined up.
Alright, well, I'm warping.
Sorry, the stuff that I'm saying is probably not going to make very much sense to the
Well, he's
crew
warp already, so I don't
responding
know.
to chat.
Okay, initiating jump right up.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, attention.
I just love seeing every time you actually like move the ship, I see the engineering power just jump up and down and up and down and up and down. And then jump their total usage up and down and up and down and up.
I mean, I can press all the buttons and just overpower the reactor right now, I bet.
Actually, try it. I'm curious.
Let's see.
Try everything you can.
Well, it's climbing.
Well, so you've probably got it set on automatic.
It doesn't do anything.
I have it on.
Alright.
Do you mind hopping off the pilot station for just a second? I'd like to check settings.
Also, it resets the settings, by the way, when you have a new pilot.
Yeah. So here, go ahead. If you look at the bottom center, what's it say? Is it hybrid manual or hybrid auto?
Manual.
Huh. Okay.
Like I said, it resets it when you.
Oh, right. No, you're only using maneuvering thrusters. That's why. Okay. No, never mind. Makes sense.
Okay. Well, it's lined up.
All right, jumping.
Okay, you guys have got to sort this little rivalry thing out.
What?
A little rivalry thing. What is the?
Is that the big?
In the Territoria.
Make it out of the sector alive. Give us credit.
What? So
They want us.
You
they
bore
want
us.
to give them credits.
Wait. Why don't we just line up and jump? Why are we attacking?
Are we attacking? What's the?
Because that's
why are we
what
doing
will get
this?
the weapons bot to do his job. You guys don't necessarily have to do that. Because we are trying to leave, so let's leave.
It is
I may
bigger
want to
than
know
us,
something.
and we're all ready to jump. So
Yes,
if we
so
want to jump,
go.
we can.
Yes.
Okay. Well, do you want?
Well, actually, we can. Can we get a scan on these guys? See sort of what.
finding them. Because you put us on red alert, and so our auto turrets are killing them.
Well, that's okay with me.
We have a.
The alternative was letting them shoot me.
Yeah, our scan keeps going below the level where I can stuff.
Yeah, can we get more power to science, please?
Science is at full power.
Quiet Cupcake, level 2 is the reactor, again, weapons.
Because honestly, if we've got a shot at defeating these guys
Level 2.
without too much expense, which,
Our
I mean,
auto
it looks
turrets
like we're...
killed them.
Yeah, it looks like we're already annihilating them.
Yeah, this is not a typical fight here.
We have some interesting.
And they're not even moving.
Whoa! Why is my reactor flashing?
Because we're at 78%.
No,
It's
No,
probably
it
all the
never did
weapons
that
firing
before.
at the same time.
no, it definitely has never done this before.
We're 86% power temperature.
Wait, what?
88% temperature.
Okay, I don't see fires. What is going on? Why is it flashing?
It is climbing. I'm not even.
I mean, I'm watching it, but like,
There we go.
Yeah,
it never
no,
does this unless it's on
good.
fire.
Okay, collecting scrap. Oh, I'm too far away from that one.
We are
Okay.
definitely not on fire at the moment.
One more.
I know. That's what
Whoa. What's going on?
All scrap collected.
Okay. Lining up with
Yeah,
that.
I'm gonna lower your guys' power again. Cool down.
Ready to jump?
Also, can you take? Great. Sincerely.
Man, those pirates tried to extort a ship that was way outside their class.
Yeah.
I mean, for real, like, we're like basically the flag warship of our faction right now. I mean, not quite the flagship's bigger, but like, still.
I would describe this ship as like heavy assault type.
I think that's what it's heavy cruiser is the classification.
Yeah.
So
Also, I just failed on the scrap if you want to come down and try it.
they also tried to extort us not just in general, but for 500 credits, and I figured the scrap for destroying them was probably worth more than they could possibly extort from us, so...
And they weren't even part of the Alliance of Gentlemen, so we didn't even lose any more reputation from them.
I'm not that concerned about our AOG rep.
No, I know, it's just like, I'm surprised.
So, are we going to upgrade the healing beam?
I'm in favor, but the reactor upgrade needs to take precedence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna warp us.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Yes.
What?
Yes, level increased.
Processing scrap, dude.
Oh, sorry. Didn't know
Let
that.
me know when I can skip warp.
Oh, crap!
Wow.
Well,
What?
I've just crashed out of Pulsar entirely.
Oh, that's different.
Okay.
Alpha, or is it beta?
I don't know, but it's definitely not a full release. So while we're waiting here,
It's open access right now. It says you left the crew.
well, yeah, I did very forcibly.
We are captainless.
You have a minute and 40 seconds if you want to try and rejoin before it takes us out of war.
Yeah,
Are we staging a mutiny?
We are staging.
It looks like we already succeeded.
That was easier than I thought. We should have done this much later.
The movies make it seem so much harder.
Half the crew turns against the other half, but it's just like the captain just left.
But it turns out that what happened here is the 3 organic crew members decided they didn't like robots and just, turned the captain off.
You decided that a long time ago. You just kind of left.
Well, I think what happened there was that you guys just turned the captain off.
Oh man, that was an option.
Apparently, because,
Yeah, it's like in Toy Story when they turn off Buzz Lightyear.
yeah.
Just turn him off.
Pop his batteries out and reset him.
The power button's on the back.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish, so I can't follow the... What is he doing here?
Who, Suicide Lady?
Yeah, he's standing right next to me.
Is there enemies on ship?
Dude,
No?
go away!
Hide from the censors. Hide from the
Go away! Why are you standing there?
you. If you stand too close, they'll see you.
Okay,
The
there.
robots are conspiring
there we go.
against us. Look at them
Yeah.
plotting.
He's like, look at me. I am the captain now.
By the way, we're ready for the next research.
And we're gonna make it to the next spot in 10 seconds.
Oh, that too. So
We're gonna go to a planet, aren't we?
Are we?
This is
So,
the search the Letharis
Whoa,
9 planet
what
thing, whatever.
Oh, this is the deadly planet? Or no, this.
Is this the deadly planet?
Let me check real quick.
Missions.
Letharis 9. My
Can you just go
mission
and
display
see if
is
it's gonna-
broken.
No, it's not gonna kill us. It's
Okay,
just
I'll go down.
just says it's a site of a union colonial.
Oh
union
no, I
colony.
remember this one. Oh, this one took forever.
Well, we can just abandon it. I don't care.
We're
It only
gonna
took
lose
us...
the reputation, which influences all of our pricing and everything like that.
Yeah, but we can just take another mission that increases it again.
Well, I think there's actually a lot of stuff that we can loot in here, which we should do
Alright,
first.
fair
I
enough.
shall go and check.
Basically
I'm
just
kind of
everybody.
inclined not to take this one too seriously because for some reason all of my missions have gone a little screwy.
Oh no, is this one? I remember this one.
Yeah, this one where we just ask everybody why they're going like.
Excuse me, why are you insane?
Yeah.
If only it was that simple.
Hey, why are you going crazy?
There was a dynamic animation that did
This
not
guy
work
is the
right.
only one that wasn't acting crazy, and he's the one that has some biscuits floating in the air next to him.
Question.
Well,
He's like, oh, it's good to see a new face around here.
Door.
He's the most crazy of them all.
I remember there being a lot of good research material.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
think
distantly remember that.
We're looters now.
Yeah, we are.
I mean,
I've
I don't know about you.
I don't know, a full crew might be able to do this faster. Because they had, like, 2 bots. Hello. You were right inside my head for a second there.
Oh, it's my biscuits.
Well, you can have the other one. I took one, you take the other.
I don't actually. I don't think I've ever actually. No, I have. I have it. But like once ever.
Also, is it just assumed that everyone has a jetpack? Because I don't actually see an exit from this wall.
Yep.
Yeah, I think.
Everyone in the whole galaxy.
Yeah, exactly.
So if we want to do the actual quest, we have to talk to the doctor guy, and the doctor guy's like, "Yeah, everyone's starting to go crazy, but it's fine." And he starts talking to everybody, like, "Fine." And you have to go down and find some invisible alien things, and it's really weird.
Not invisible.
Yeah, it was pretty strange.
It was really interesting, but it was odd.
Somebody's...
Found a dehydrated sandwich.
We don't need it anymore, right? I already gave it to the guy.
Lucas missed the research material.
I haven't been looking for research materials.
I'm way,
Scrub.
Wait.
I'm way behind on
Pick up
the chat
actual
where
Oh my gosh,
it doesn't make any sense,
so you know
but...
that thing that we needed? Found it.
I found it too, I just picked it up.
What? The research material for the other guy?
For the that we're supposed to get from the acid planet. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Oh, really? I think I just picked it up, didn't I? Yeah.
Well, I have one, and do you have one?
Axel Flamentosa.
No, that's a different one. It's Sargastia Trivium.
Okay. Oh, well, I'll send this one to you.
Where'd it go?
I am not going to process that.
So, assuming that this works right, that should have triggered the flag we talked to guy to be set. I just don't know if it will because mine is all screwed up. The mission thing.
Talk to guy?
Yeah, I talked to the director.
What does that mean? I never got any objective completed.
Yeah, I didn't either. So...
Oh, I just got one.
It's probably because I just talked to him.
Mission failed.
Yeah, so I can't
Well,
interact with missions. Right, I can't interact with missions though.
Ooh.
So we need to get rid of those, and anything new that we get should work properly based on my past experience with that bug or similar bugs. So in the meantime,
Did you already read everything?
Yeah. Anyone want to repair guns?
Did you check? I already have a plus 2.
I have default ones. So nice.
Okay.
Who wants to repair the robots? Our evil, mindless overlords.
ow.
I mean, there's also this ship that we actually have to exist on.
No. I've already got that covered. That's
Okay, this is a little weird. Suicidal Idiot is on the planet and standing in the middle of nowhere, just holding still for no obvious reason.
He's collecting information.
On how to commit suicide, he's here.
Yeah.
It's one of those robot things again. I warned you.
You did. Next thing you know, he'll be killing us in our sleep.
Right?
Or deactivate the captain again.
I choose to blame him.
I do too, honestly.
And I find that very amusing. We all know who that.
I was gonna say that way he'll never suspect us.
Yeah, I feel like this works out best for everybody.
I really do too. You know, let's.
We all know what actually happened there, but I'm gonna blame Weapons Bot anyway.
The core safety toggle. It would be a shame if somebody happened bad.
So we're just not doing this quest.
Yeah, don't touch the lever.
What is this?
Yeah, we gotta abandon. It doesn't
We don't
work.
have any active quests apparently.
Did you fail all of them?
Yeah. Yeah, I failed them all out because we can't, like, I can't interact with them, and that means that our game states are going to desynchronize, and then everything.
Okay. Well, in that case, we'd better go back to Outpost 448, right?
Yep. Start talking to people.
Problem is, because we failed the faction missions, we might not be able to do the next one.
I don't see why.
What the heck?
Does that mean we
That's
have to go to
quite a
WD?
route.
What? Wait. Try that again. Yeah.
What? Okay.
Keep it, man. Just go for it.
Okay, game, whatever.
Let's go.
Oh
Jared,
my
can
gosh.
you line us up to the next place?
Oh, I didn't know we were ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
I don't know if we are either, honestly.
We are as ready as this thing will let us
one to
be.
line up to.
The system doesn't have a name or a number attached to it.
That sounds bad.
I did tell you it was broken.
Oh my gosh, we have a new program? What is it?
You're welcome.
Broadcast sitting duck virus to nearby ships on activation. Disables.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty good.
What the heck?
Those things that phase around, because that would be really useful if it did.
Yeah, actually it should.
So, is it normal on the map to not even have this location? Wait, is that what you were saying?
Yeah, there isn't. Does it even show up?
No,
as you
on
look
the
for
map
it?
it doesn't even show up as a place to go.
No, I mean not the map, but like if you look at the.
What are you doing? What are you doing, robot? Oh, you're stealing my sensor dish.
Where's the...
We can't escape.
We can't escape? What?
No.
This might be a problem.
I lined us
Wait,
up
wait,
to...
wait. Yeah, we can just line up to a different one, and if you want to take out that line up to 1871.
Oh my gosh, no, that system doesn't exist. I just tried to target it, and it does that!
So
yeah, so just remove the
Oh my
current
gosh,
base
what a
station,
mess.
whatever it's called, and then just line us up to 1871 and we can jump to.
Yeah, 1871 is where we want to go.
Okay. And it still shows up.
Gosh, that's weird. New mission accepted. What the crap? Investigate crashed Roland.
Oh.
Huh, I've never seen that one before.
I might have seen this one before, I'm not sure.
Oh. This might be something you like.
Okay, we need to get...
Reactor calibration.
Oh, reactor calibration.
Oh,
I want that. Oh, suicidal idiot died.
yeah, he just turned up in the med bay.
I just glanced up and it says suicidal idiot. Dead.
Dead.
Like, oh, hey! He won!
Did you find this new researching reactor calibration?
I mean, I want it. That will make me very happy.
Chukmal, I appreciate that you are trying to support us, even without good Wi-Fi.
Wow, this is super hecka laggy.
Should we research?
You said there was something I
this
might
for
need
a bit?
to know.
Yeah, I think maybe restarting the game would be helpful, because this is like a lot. Crash.
You can be like me and run a 50-foot.
Yes, chat amongst yourselves.
Too.
while I run a spaceship.
Well, what I meant was we should really restart the game.
Like from scratch, or like save this and reload?
No,
Like,
yeah, save it.
Save and then.
Because,
Not from no, screw it.
Yeah. So we have to go to the next warp. So
Yeah, dude. Skip it, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's a minefield.
Oh my.
Oh, neat.
We're already in it, buddy.
Jamming
Just
speed.
Could we not?
What?
The shields
What
are
is
kind
this
of my
invisible
problem.
system?
Why is suicidal idiot waiting for players at liars?
Waiting for what?
Suicidal idiot is wanting to play liar's dice.
Because I set him to at ease and he wandered off.
Because it's in a minefield.
So I'm gonna save and then I'm gonna start.
Yeah,
the game.
let's do
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Saved game. Save. Okay. Disconnect.
A mess.
Ooh.
And that should kick you all.
Yep.
I have new faces.
Play.
I also got a lot of-
I've got experienced faces for humans, which
Hey,
is literally
Anybody who's
just
playing a
old.
human,
Uh-huh.
look under uniform and see if you can get the civilian clothes. If you got that unlocked, and if you turn it to all red, plain red.
Okay, I launched the game again.
Okay, give me uno momento.
Password's the same.
Uno
Everything-
momento.
So
All
wait,
uniforms
what's the
are
significance of civilian red?
It lets you be a plain red shirt.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I don't want to be a red shirt.
What's wrong with you?
But I play as Alpha.
Also, I am definitely not a red shirt because I am a security officer.
Thinking
Although-
Neo State.
Yeah.
Failed to join crew. Hey,
Uh-oh.
Play.
that's nifty.
Uh-oh.
Well, wait, do you actually, are you...
Wait, hold on. Failed to join crew. It cannot be found or is currently full.
That's because it's not...
It hasn't shown back up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not currently available. Chukmiller writes, I heard Richard instead of red shirt. It lets you be a plain Richard. Swordfish responds, Richards get stitchards. I love it.
I've always wanted to play as a plain Richard.
Who didn't? Doesn't.
Alright, yeah, we can do that.
So Joseph, is it there?
I mean, I'm at like the class select, so.
And it's supposed to just be called the same thing?
Yeah, Sabazio's game, password Bob.
It's
try
weird.
that.
I don't know.
Not being hosted.
Yeah, try inviting me and see if it.
I'm not seeing it either.
Let's see. I might also just restart. Sorry.
Okay. I should know something. What should I know?
Hey, what's this unlimited game at the top?
I know, that's what I'm curious. Yeah, I want to know about that because that's 6 players.
It says it's downloading something now. That's interesting.
What? Did the game
Uh-huh.
update?
Did the game update? Because that
Game
would be
literally
weird.
update just now.
That would be really good timing.
What
Yeah.
should I know?
How can I tell what games do?
I do know Worky, yes.
They should have released something on the
Well, there's
page.
12, beta 26. That's a while ago.
I did.
Yeah, beta 26 is the one that they're releasing, but they didn't say anything about it.
Okay.
So that'd be very surprising.
yeah, no, it's just weird.
Let me try quitting and starting it again. I'm curious.
Oh, let's find out. Oh,
I mean,
jeez,
one of
what
the-
happened?
Whenever it downloaded, it wasn't very big. Oh.
Maybe you said incorrect files.
Yeah, maybe it just got corrupted or something.
Well, I have to know what happened to Worky.
What happened? So I'm going to delete a lot of these artists.
Apparently, Worky got kicked off stage in the middle of a concert today.
Who?
Worky. The musician.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Oh, jeez. Cut his concert short by 20 minutes and cut his sound off when he was trying to say goodbye. Holy crap.
Oh, I found it.
Hey!
Joining. Also, the one who started playing with us, Jaden, he is now playing a different game, and so I quit it. Play with us.
Then we can have not a non.
Suicidal idiot.
Yeah. Hopefully, right?
Yeah, hopefully. Jolene Richard.
I thought you might like that.
Well, I thought you were gonna name weapons about that head.
No, our weapons robot is Suicidal Idiot.
I know, but
It's up. Okay.
Also, don't move, because we're still in the minefield.
oh, Suicidal Idiot when he first came in had 300 health, and I was like, that's fitting and oddly wrong in every way.
I mean, he has 175 now, which is definitely wrong, unless he switched PCs.
Yeah.
Oh, he just wants there to be more robot.
It keeps syncing game state and then pushing it back to main menu.
Oh,
Really?
Mm.
I guess I'll try restarting
This-
it.
Us,
Yeah, I mean, I think we all restarted the game.
I've done that 3 times now.
that's not good.
Maybe I'll try checking integrity of game files. I don't know.
I'll
Okay,
just.
so the plus is we don't have the weird fake system. Or, wait, why did you put in Pybot? Because now he can't join. Yeah.
Well, because he was checking game file integrity.
Now he can't join though.
Okay.
Wait, I'm gonna try one more time, and then you can put that back in if it's.
Yeah. I just figured like we can at least start the jump. Oh, okay. Alright.
Okay.
You're back. Good.
So the plus is we don't have the weird non. The minus is even that one mission that we got now.
Yeah.
We investigate the crashed Roland.
You know what?
It's just not there.
Okay. I now have green hair.
This is weird.
Perfect.
Congrats.
Outpost 448 doesn't exist now? Sort of?
Oh, what? Where is it?
What happened?
Go!
This
We
is so
need
weird.
that.
Yee.
That's
it's
very
gone.
strange.
It is totally gone.
Yee.
This is actually a Star Trek episode.
We have gone where no man has gone before.
Exactly. See, now we have
Oh
to
wait, now we've got a
uncover
mission.
the
What the heck? Yeah, the crashed
we have to uncover
Roland.
the mystery why the space station disappeared.
Huh. Okay, well,
Timeline or
we
something
have,
like that.
it's back, and so's that distress beacon that we already resolved.
Whoa, there it is.
I think
Whoa.
what just happened is we slipped into a mirror universe where Deep Space Nine didn't exist, and now we're back, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Like, dimension, and they never built that space station, and then we just slipped back in because whatever temporal anomaly we got into.
We actually got too close to a gravitational pull that kind of distorted the reality.
Yeah.
Just, as it does.
Yeah.
And you know what I think? What I think set it all off? I think it was that maybe I was connected to the ship's computer, and when I was deactivated, something weird happened, and it like activated our jump drive, but wrong.
You're actually a secret unit that actually has the programming of the universe encoded in it.
Well, actually, that's the host, though.
In other news, I'm ready to jump.
Oh, okay.
That's true, but Joseph is the crew member that has that.
Okay. Whatever I do, don't press left mouse button.
Yeah.
You're also going the wrong way, bro.
Yeah, it takes a while to stop.
No, not quite. There you go.
Chaos is at 2.1.
Oh, no, too far. Whoa. A little farther.
Nope, other way.
No? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. No. I wonder if the next research.
Nope, that's up. Okay.
Yep.
There we go. Alright, I'm gonna jump in.
See, what really confuses me is that sometimes the ship's upside down. Oh, it actually is. Okay. I need to realign myself.
Yeah, that doesn't really matter, though.
Well, but then
Objective
it inverts the
completed.
buttons.
We warped the sector.
Well, so it sounds like you've got your camera set not to follow the ship's orientation. So you might want to change the camera mode so it doesn't do that.
So, are we going down to the ship?
I am.
The planet?
The Valiance. Is the ship okay? Is it going to kill me if I go on?
No, it's fine. There's nothing.
Alright,
You say that.
I mean, it seems like...
Nope, definitely not okay. I've definitely done this mission before. Definitely not
Alright, I'm bringing weapons bot then.
I mean, I scanned the planet and it said there was nothing down. So...
Nope, not the planet. The planet's not the problem.
What is the problem then?
So we have to investigate why the crew disappeared. Jacob, I believe you did this mission with me, actually.
Oh, this is a very dark ship. This is horror now.
This is when
There's
the
an enemy
thing
to
that
the left.
cuts out-
Whoa! Holy crap! What is that? No,
Yeah,
I
so
did not do this mission. Holy crap!
Flashlights when it comes near.
What the frick was that?
Yeah, this is. I think I did this with my roommates. This is the scariest.
Oh, there it is.
This is literally the scariest mission you will ever do, because it cuts out.
Oh my
flashlights
gosh, I
when
hate
it's
that.
near, and then it shows up and hits you, and it like 3-shots you, and it is so sketch.
Oh my gosh.
Can we just sit here until it comes back again?
Oh.
And kill it?
Probably. But it moves, so it
Well,
might come to...
Let me heal you too.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you.
Coming back.
It seems to like being on the other end of the room.
That sounds about right, doesn't it? Oh, there it is.
Kill it!
Almost got it. Almost got it. I think it's one more. Also, it screams every time it shows up, and it's really just...
I don't
Suicidal
care
is
for that.
here, so I
He's
can't-
getting hurt. Why is he getting hurt? Where is he?
There he is. There he goes.
What?
Okay.
What just happened? Where did he go?
He's drawing aggro from the monster, too.
Did he just
Hey, we
run
can't
through a
split up.
wall, though?
If we split up, it makes it so much harder to kill.
Yeah, let's... Why? It's here!
There it is. Killed it.
Got it. We got it.
Jeez.
Also, if I remember right, the body never disappears, so that's pretty cool.
Oh, nifty.
Okay, so there's
Yeah.
items around that we should be.
So that happened. That was a thing.
Yeah, so when I
Alright.
did that with my roommates, we didn't know what
Holy
was going on. Just
crap.
ran, and we didn't know that we could kill it. And so we were literally just screaming and running around in circles. And then,
I mean,
Perfect.
to be fair, I was like half an inch away from doing that myself.
Man, so this ship has our ship's layout, huh?
Yeah,
yeah,
this is a
this
Roland.
is a Roland.
We are also a Roland, and that is actually sort of unsettling. What's this? Something's
You know
still
this
powered
crazy
on
thing?
here.
This could happen to you.
Well, obviously not to us, because we killed it.
Yeah, because we knew it was coming.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hey, we're looting the cargo hold.
Oh, look, the fusion
Oh, good.
reactor. That's pretty cool.
And I don't see any other items on.
I think you mean we
Right,
have a
there's
fusion reactor?
something. Well, they do too.
No, that's what I mean, is we're stealing it.
Yeah, there's no more items on the.
That's not really
We're supposed
true.
to
There's
find their crew.
something down here.
I'm not seeing. Well, so I guess they're all dead.
If I remember right. Uh-oh.
That's not true. There's a door here.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. There's a door down here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just really light blue, so they couldn't because it was below us.
Yeah, so we exit it, and we have to... What is our goal again?
Missions.
Crash
investigate-
site, determine fate of the crew.
I feel like we. Oh wait,
So-
we have to search that site.
Scarlet
Searching
Swordfish
for
points
really
out that
hard.
that is an Enderman.
Yeah, literally, it's an Enderman. But, like, scarier.
Oh, well, this planet's not very scary.
Oh, the plan's fine. We just have to find...
There's a
Uh,
question
okay.
mark.
Have to find
I
what
think
now?
there's something else that we can pick up, too.
I'm not seeing it on this.
Yeah, there is a marker out there.
There's one guy that's alive out here, and he's like, "Save me!"
Yeah.
To be
something.
fair, I would probably do the same thing in his. Yay, we can
Let's
complete
see.
objectives again. Woo!
Hello. Oh, it's a robot. Never mind. Oh.
You called me racist?
You robots.
You would call plain Richard racist over this?
He's just a plain Richard.
Where's that suicidal idiot? Be healed.
Oh, I just found him. He just ran.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I think we finished
Holy
it, right?
crap.
Yeah, we're done. So
Yeah,
we can-
mission's over, we've been paid.
Very much.
Well, I mean, that is literally how you tell that we did the thing. Is if we got money for it. Otherwise it doesn't count.
I just got a crud ton of money. Oh yeah, we're done. Who cares that this robot might, need somebody to help him out or like take him like that?
Well, I mean, you tell me what it is that we are allowed to do to help him, and we will do that, but we're
Nah, I'll just come and take money and run.
not look like. Why is it saying there's a teleporter here? There is not a teleporter here.
Now you know the pain of having a scanner.
I already know.
It's like there's an NPC out in the middle of no.
I must go fight it.
Says that I am
Alright.
standing on a telepad.
Let's go.
There's definitely not a telepad where I'm standing.
I'm coming.
Or you can find non-existent teleporter. Choices.
I'll go back in.
Oh, the teleporter is the engine. Teleports you to your dad.
That's what Suicidal Idiot thought when he died last time.
Yeah, I mean, that is sort of true.
Okay, where's the exit? There it is.
Jacob, do you want to give us a route?
As soon as I get back to the ship, yeah.
Gosh, it's real dark in here.
We've tested this out before. Once you leave, if you're still on the planet or on a station or something like that, it just kills you. And that's not
Well,
bad.
yeah, I mean, that's what happened to Weapon Spot.
Man, wasn't even his fault.
We left, he
He's
didn't.
fine.
So is it even possible to ram a planet?
No, I don't think so.
No, it's not possible. Don't even try.
Got it.
Just gives you a case of, I don't know.
Hey, look, Suicidal Idiot.
Yes.
It's much harder to, navigate this place in the dark. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. How far are we on this? One more warp. So I will save my time.
And we also have 6, or 10 scrap, rather.
Yeah.
So we're close on the reactor.
So yeah, we can do the reactor whenever we want. Whenever we get into a repair station. Actually, we could just go back to 448 and then...
Well, the harbor's
look for
right here. We can
missions.
do that, right?
That's a gentleman's thing, and they don't...
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
they have
yeah,
like
good
neutral
call.
quests and stuff, so they won't, like...
Good call avoiding them.
Yeah, and they're not a fan of us, so...
Yeah.
In the first
I
place.
didn't realize that was actually faction aligned. I thought it was neutral.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it said it literally shows that it's neutral. So.
Yeah, exactly. They're the neutral faction.
All right, course is set.
I'm ready to go. And
Warp 1 ready.
I'm ready.
Where? I don't see. Oh, it's through the planet. Yeah, that's smart.
Of course.
I was playing this with my roommates, and they were like, "Wait, so do I have to go around the planet?" I was like, "No, the game won't let you planet. That would take an hour."
The planet is a texture.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
They were like, "Are you sure? Can you do that?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm sure." Really?
I actually got the joystick for what was the
What is happening?
What? I can't see.
Is anyone else seeing this?
What?
Can't see
The ship
anything.
just utterly freaking out?
Oh. Yeah, it looks like that sometimes.
Is that like a lag problem or?
No, it's just something about the way that it.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Scarlet Swordfish. No. Scarlet Swordfish just pointed out our bridge has hardwood flooring.
wooden.
Oh yes.
Like it didn't even register that was there. But oh my gosh, that's so weird.
It actually popped
I'm gonna
up.
jump us, by the way.
Okay.
I'm gonna jump. Ready?
Yep.
No one said no? Okay.
Just because someone doesn't say no.
Yeah, Lucas, I think we need to have a.
You didn't say no. I don't have a reason not to.
So we can
That's how it
research
works.
encumbered, sprint, or reloader, or we just.
Oh wait, did we get the reactor one?
Yep, it's done. I'm skipping warp. You can't stop me. You
Don't
literally can't
stop
stop
you.
me.
I know. I didn't want to. Good thing, unlike the silly robots, you don't have a turn off button.
There is. It takes
My turn off button was crash the game, so like
Oh, it's a very effective turn off.
it was extremely effective.
And the warp drive is charged.
Cool.
Are you ready to go?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Of
we're
course,
ready.
is set.
Wait, so the levels are based off how many jumps you do, right?
Oh, we're being sorted.
Is it?
Oh,
Or not.
It's jumps along with quests.
Oh, we're not being extorted?
No, we were being hailed and we had the option to extort them.
Oh, I see.
Are we extorting them?
No, they're on our team.
No,
too.
we're not extorting them. Oh my god.
Guys.
Biggest question, why aren't we extorting them?
Because they're on our side and we're trying to do a mission chain?
That's not a real point.
Are we good to
See,
jump?
yes.
Yep.
If they're on our side, then they'll be happy to give us money, right?
Yeah,
That's not how that works.
it's not extortion. They're just, volunteering to give us money.
Alright.
This
No mission incoming. Infestation of creatures from an old Colonial Union sanctioned way station. Mission brief.
Boy.
Station
Okay, so-
R929 is a Colonial Union way station that was retired 30 Union Standard years ago. During its last scheduled cargo transport, several contained life forms escaped from their enclosures. Since the base was in the process of being shut down, nothing was done to remove the life forms from the station. Recently, the command center decided to prepare Station R929 for operation once more. The removal of the unrestrained life forms is a first step to getting the station systems back online.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look for quests.
Oh, quests. Well, you don't have a scanner, so I should probably go.
Yeah, but I actually know where to go, like a guy to talk to.
Well, I mean,
Oh.
right?
I hate to break this to you guys, but we have lost our ability to do faction quests.
So we're pirates now.
Are we going over to WD?
Actually, can we?
No, we can't do their faction, I don't think. Well, maybe we can. I don't know, actually.
Because we are positive.
Just,
that- So, are you
switch
sure
sides.
it's completely disabled our ability to do faction mission?
The
Or
person who gives us faction missions just doesn't say anything.
oh, good. Well,
So what was with that, like, the weird reset button you talked about earlier with the turn all your missions
Reset button.
into something else?
the what?
What's that about?
Oh, it's not a reset button. It just makes all of our missions.
Lobster ability?
It prevents us from getting new long-range comms missions. I mean,
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's just to turn off talking to home base.
yeah, and it just lets you explore and stuff like that instead of doing those missions. But on the other hand, I think once we get 10, at least this is how it worked with the WD faction. As soon as we got 10 reputation with the WD, we had access to the late game missions. So it might happen that way for this. So I'm not sure though. So we might want to just kind of ink around until we get 10 and are able to finish 3 more missions. The Colonial Union.
Yeah,
So-
I mean that makes sense to me.
But then again, it might not because it might be a progression happen with the level 10, or the reputation 10.
Because we still have to clear out the investigation,
So
right?
we
Right, but that's a
picked up-
temporary mission. That's just a one-off, not the actual faction. So
I mean honestly, it's probably fake hardwood too.
what?
Just taking part in a discussion that's happening on the stream.
Oh,
I hate to break it to you guys, but we have lots of lobster ability. And
What?
Mel
Lots of
would bring plants and
lobster ability?
animals, not hardwood. Probably fake plants. Because you can't bring enough water and air.
Man, I didn't know that a robot had her directly at the ship. Hey, we stuff everywhere.
So, do we want a nanoactive hull level 1?
a what?
Nanoactive hull level 1. 1620
Is it
integrity and 50 armor level 1.
No, that's terrible.
Okay, we're getting rid of that then. Colonial fusion reactor level 2. Maximum temperature 2420. Emergency cooldown 5 seconds.
What was the maximum heat?
2420 kp.
No.
Output
That piece of crap
15,950 megawatts.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And a Snappy
That's all.
Cricket drive.
Yeah, no, it's oh.
Well,
We
we've already
have
got a
the
Snappy Cricket
Snappy
level 3.
Don't you have a Snappy Cricket?
My cricket is very snappy.
Well, it was until it wasn't snapping anymore.
Until the accident.
Yes.
He used to snap like a cricket, and now he doesn't.
He snapped his last!
I want to double check and see if I actually have anything. Crew quarter. Where are the crew quarters? What the...
Yeah, the captain might get some weird stuff because apparently we randomly sent stuff to his locker.
Well, I just wanted to see if I picked up extra stuff and then I ran out. Nope. I just have a crud ton of stuff in my inventory.
So the next question is, since they betrayed us and won't give us any more missions,
That's a good way to start off a sentence.
well, I mean, based on movies, you can just point your ship at something and turn on light speed, right?
Yeah. That's how it works.
Have you seen that How It Should Have Ended for Star Wars 8?
No, actually.
It's so funny. Akbar is like, he gets on the comms and he hails the, whatever the big Empire spaceship is, I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah.
And when he's talking to them and he's like, "Excuse me, I have an urgent message to deliver. Do you know what this is?" And he's like, "What are you talking about, Akbar? What is, do I know what is? Do you know what this is?" He's like, "What are you talking about? Like, do you know what this is?" And he's like, "No, stop saying that. I have no idea what it is." He's like, it's and he's like, "What? It's a what?" He says, "It's a trap." Activates
Awesome.
Lightspeed and destroys their fleet.
Oh yeah.
It's really funny.
I do like that.
Well,
Next place?
it looks like we're not gonna get any missions.
Actually, hold up. There is one other thing that we can do here.
I mean, I do too, but that's a given, right?
Wow, alright.
Low charisma.
Yeah.
So...
I mean, considering that the only other robot example we have is Suicidal Idiots.
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit it's not a good look.
You know, this is like us getting cabin fever. We're stuck with the same for so long. We're going out on the year wage in the middle of nowhere. We're fighting crazy alien spider things that are killing us. We have one suicidal robot who's just running around in circles dying.
And bring things to us.
And then our captain, the other robot, just vanishes, warp into an alternate reality, and like we don't know what's going on.
And then once he warps into the reality, his planet starts disappearing.
I know, and the space station disappears, and then it just happens to be there again.
But they refuse to accept quests from us because they don't recognize us anymore.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is that I think something's up. Why are we going to 1448?
Because it's not letting me set a course for our mission.
What?
I mean, I'll go to 1448.
Look at him. He's
There we
so
go.
helpful. Alright, I'll warp us to 1448 then. See, and then all of a sudden our navigation's off. Warp drives wonky.
Solid colors unlocked. Civilian clothes, solid colors.
Yes! Yes!
You can be a plain Richard too!
Oh look,
Oh,
check
yeah,
next door.
Flixa. No, we're not extorting him.
Okay, I do
Kinda
not
fine,
like
I
it
don't know.
freaking
We're
out
not
like that.
firing at him, we're just shooting sensors.
The Enterprise D
Not
doesn't have
firing at
hardwood
him,
on the
shooting at him
bridge.
is different.
It's got carpet.
Look, a little censoring never hurt anyone. That was weird.
That is not true.
Look at China.
Ew.
Hey, can you warp us to 2007? We don't technically need the way station.
We can't go back in time yet.
Can you?
You don't know that.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Tactical Station Arch did have
2007,
hardwood.
If you go around to on your left,
I don't see.
your other left,
My other left?
About
left,
12 years
Is that
ago.
right?
left. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
There. I didn't
Keep
see it.
going. Keep going. There it is.
There.
Okay, jumping.
And here's I was getting all ready to rotate to point our weapons towards that ship. It just happened to be there. Okay. Where's the next search?
Okay, what are we supposed to do here?
Hey, sensuite.
Oh yeah, we're supposed to kill a whole.
We're supposed to exterminate uncontained creatures.
Is
While
anything going to kill me if
outside.
I teleport on
No.
No, it's no hazard.
Nothing except the other things that will kill.
Except for
So I mean, the
right,
mission
I mean-
is deal with a hazard. So
there? Well, I know, but I just want to know if the planet itself will kill me
no, the planet's fine.
ambiently.
Come on down. The planet's fine.
Come on down.
Speaking of, does anyone want to come down? Okay, I don't want to.
I'm coming.
Okay, yeah, there's a
Don't
bunch
worry.
of stuff here.
Next to you.
Your healer is coming. Don't worry.
Oh, good. See, I'm the tech guy, not the weapons guy. Weapons guy's.
Weapon guy's a robot.
Oh, bye.
What's going on?
What just happened?
Double all the way.
I start taking damage down there too.
Yeah, there's.
Well,
four
yeah.
enemies here. So there's 4 enemies. Looks like.
Hey, I'm gonna just call the elevator.
I mean,
Good call.
if you want to be a square.
Good idea.
Yeah, it's
No,
only racist, you're sheepest.
it's not hip to be square. It's hip to be square.
Whoa, hi.
Wow, a pass.
Okay.
And a
Wow.
rat.
I don't
Wow.
know which floor we're going to, but
One.
The ones with the rats on them.
I mean,
Oh,
that's all the
why
floors.
are we? No, I know, but we're skipping all the other ones. Why are we doing that?
There's
Well,
Yeah,
pickups
why are we gonna skip the floor
everywhere.
with the rats on it?
Well, I'm gonna just explore here while we're here. You know.
Oh, there's
There are
3.
pickups just all over the
Good.
place.
Yeah.
Research logs. I don't know what that's for.
Did they give me research materials? 'Cause that would be cool.
I don't
Maybe.
know. Doesn't
I would
say.
give them to me.
Maybe if you would you?
I
Hey,
mean,
can I bring us up another floor? Are we all here?
everyone on the
Yep.
platform?
Yeah.
Oh!
Ah,
there's
why?
no rat.
Where is it?
Where? There's no rat.
I mean, we killed it already.
I just started taking damage. I didn't even see it.
Oh my gosh, more rats. Gosh, they look like naked mole rats.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
Rather.
they are just giant naked ball rats.
Objective completed. Yay, we're done.
Hey, look,
We
we have
win.
credits.
Frozen
Got enough
biscuit.
credits. Garlic biscuit. Mmm.
Garlic
Sounds really
biscuit.
good now.
That
Klingon,
was
you
what, an
need to-
ammo clip?
I don't know. Yeah, ammo clip.
Okay,
Anyone
cool.
actually use ammo?
Yeah, Jacob does because we bought that secret gun that time.
The secret robot gun, yeah. Robot go down the hole.
Hi, robot.
I don't
Yeah,
want to
me
go
too.
down the hole. That would be pointless.
Dude.
I'll go down the hole if you donate again.
You're
I mean,
floating.
that is literally why we're here.
I'm here to kill rats. I don't know why you're here.
I'm here to
Listen,
earn
it's not
donations
like
for
that.
charity.
I'm here to kill Roo.
Hey, look, a teleporter. So wait, we were on.
Yeah, this is where we came in.
So what's on floor 4?
Wait. Yeah.
I know. I'm waiting.
The real.
I'm not like those robots.
Ooh,
Fine.
XP.
Up to you. Oh, good.
Alright, I think we picked it clean.
Yeah.
Back to the
Oh,
ship.
There's even cargo spaces right here.
Yeah, but get back to floor 3.
Oh, it's got nose rings unlocked.
Oh,
I love it when lock nose rings.
Yep.
This way. You guys all went the wrong way.
Okay, for real though, we have a teleporter. Why can't we teleport onto the bridge?
Because we can't let the enemies onto the bridge direct. Gosh.
But if they went directly to the bridge, then we could shoot them instead of having to run all the way around this whole stupid ship.
Oh, by the way, can you send me the research stuff potentially?
Yes, yeah, let me find out what that even is, because I don't...
It's probably for a mission.
Research logs. That is a big graphic. Classified research logs from a Colonial Union lab. Colonial. I talk good.
What?
It's level 1.
Okay, so are we just gonna like warp around? Wait.
Yeah, so I kind of like the idea of exploring out a little further than we've done before. So let's jump back there and
Hey, do we want
hop into the
crew
warp
heavy
gate.
armor training?
What?
That's he's the only one that can do anything.
Do we want what?
Crew heavy armor training.
Heavy armor
Yes, yeah, we do.
It's a captain talent. So you have to take it.
Yeah.
But
I'm jumping us, by the way.
Also, why do all of us have 200 health except the cap?
because he's a robot.
Because he's a robot.
Oh, okay.
Robots are wimpy.
Hey, look, mission.
Also lag.
Aid
Combat with hostile cargo vessel?
Spot a
It is.
robot.
Okay, alright. What's the...
Spot is no longer a robot.
Oh.
Yeah, he got an extreme makeover and changed into a human.
Is he a human or is he a...
Savasi? I don't know. I haven't actually seen them.
He's Savasa.
Oh, good. One of us.
Just add some flesh to the robot bones.
Oh yeah, skip.
Alright, so we're gonna jump directly into that combat.
What? Oh.
We're jumping into combat?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're halfway charged.
I'm out of tension.
And where's
We have a friendly and a hostile, according to the mission brief.
A friendly and a hostile.
Yes.
Bing.
The hostile is a cargo vessel, so we may want to actually go over and shoot them.
Are we boarding? Are we boarding?
We might want to, because we can probably
So
pillage their
shoot
ship.
The Galicious. Shoot the other one. Shoot the rest.
Yeah.
Wait, but if we let the other one... Oh, it's not winning.
Yeah,
the
let's
rest
do
of
it. Let's do it.
Okay.
We also fail the mission if we.
Oh, there's a
the rest
rock.
could die.
There's a what?
There's rock.
There's a rock.
What?
Are we boarding?
There is a rock.
We
It's
can't.
like-
If you want.
Rogue,
I'm gonna
stay
send
on-
him, so I made sure
stay on
things
piloting.
don't-
Lucas, stay on engineering, keep the shields up.
I just want to make sure we don't.
The rest of us, get going.
Rust bucket. Yeah, that's this one.
Also, make sure that you stay close enough to them that they can actually reach them with the teleporter. Wait, Jacob, why are you dying? Wait, you on the ship?
Yeah, we're on the
Oh.
It's just
Because only one of us followed orders. What just happened?
So,
Oh, why did you do that?
What's,
We did. The other ship did.
Yeah, the other ship destroyed
You
it.
And only
absolutely
one
did
auto
do that.
turrets.
No, the non-turrets wouldn't even go.
And something weird just happened.
Oh wait, also could have been suicidal idiot.
It could have, but he was
No, I-
on orders to warp over and fight alongside us.
I was
But if
watching
you
the
see,
weapons.
he is definitely over here in the weapon pit.
No, I had the weapons oriented away from the ship. So I don't think
Okay,
it's-
well,
well, let me go collect the scrap of our bodies.
yeah. Let's maybe not shoot down the ship that half our crew is in.
Hey, it wasn't me.
It wasn't me either. It was just all I was doing. Our ship was working. That's all I'm doing. But
We could target the other ship in retribution.
that will get us nothing.
I actually don't see any scrap, so,
What? Scrap?
None of it?
no, I don't.
Did we
Well,
already?
unless-
I think we already picked up some. Hold on, I'm in the cargo bay.
Yeah, we've got 2 scrap and an oxygen generator for some reason.
Everybody be careful with robots running the ship.
Oh, shit.
Actually, we only have 1 scrap, and I just processed.
There's another one.
It's
hole.
not down here.
Oh
There's
no,
the
I'm sorry, it's a shield piercer, yeah.
Okay.
Oh crap, I thought I installed that. I'm sorry. Hail the Gallicus, please.
Okay, well, let me get back to the bridge.
Get out of the engineering bay. Get out.
Alright, I will hail the Gallicus then.
Mine. Get out.
I was just trying to find out who killed us. Yeah.
Get out.
He just wants you out so you can activate the emergency destruct.
He does have that.
It actually does. Okay, where are we going now?
So we're gonna go to Outpost
the
448 and then use the warp gate to jump to 1525 inside that nebula.
Okay.
Oh, there's the blue thing.
Tell me when we're lined up.
Not now.
Well, I know that.
I would appreciate if we could stop in the repair bay so that I can equip the new components
Okay, jumping.
that I apparently have.
Man, everyone's been investing in armor.
Well, yeah, we're tired of dying all the time.
I
Well,
just
I
didn't
only
Blowed up.
died
I'm
from
good.
unavoidable.
I'm still fine.
My health didn't actually matter.
Yeah,
I'm gonna skip the warp.
that is a good
Alright.
point.
Welcome to the game where the health doesn't matter.
Okay, so I'm gonna not lower the shields until I know that we're in the actual parity.
Oh. You know what I mean? It means I can ram things before it.
Can and should are very different.
Don't worry. I have this under control.
That's what you said last time when we rammed into something.
Well, that didn't happen as I said.
Okay, so Jacob, we can wait for 3 more scrap to upgrade the reactor, or we can upgrade the shields for another 150 and another 6 charge rate and probably max it out, or the hull for another 400 integrity and another 12.
Let's max. Well, okay, how much? Dude, seriously.
Hey, look, we bumped into something.
I don't know what that was.
Hey, look. Good thing I didn't lower the shield.
Yeah, good call, maybe.
Why
I'm
would
just
there-
gonna leave us on red alert to make a point.
Okay.
Alright, just let me know when we're in.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to. Okay, that's not working, is it?
So, okay, if we can just like scooch into.
How do I go straight up?
Oh man.
You hold right click and you hit
Either Q or E, I forget
I
which.
think E goes
Oh,
up.
there we go. Okay.
I mean that's down, but
Why
okay.
are you scanning? Why?
Because I found something.
Okay, I'm in.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay,
Lower
can
the
we turn
shields.
around now.
Oh, why is this on fire?
It
What?
isn't.
What?
Oh, it's the red lights.
Oh my gosh, you scared the crap out of me. I was like literally sprinting towards the bridge.
Why is this on fire?
Now when I say fire the next time, no one's actually gonna listen.
You're right. You did it.
Oh yeah.
Jacob, do you want us to
Console's
upgrade
too
the
far away.
shield, the hull, or wait for 3 more scrap? Up
So I'm inclined
to you.
to go for the reactor first, but I don't want. So if the shield isn't going to take too much of our scrap, then we should do that first, because we can
It'll
get an
take
immediate benefit.
5, the hull
But
takes 5, the reactor takes.
Hmm. What?
So, yeah, I don't know, whatever you want to do.
So yeah, all the auto turrets.
All right, let's. 5 isn't too bad. Make up.
I just think it might be a little while until we get back to an
Yeah.
upgradable location.
Yeah.
So shield or hull?
Let's take the shield.
Okay. Oh, we can go another level with it. I wonder if there is a max one. Because I've never seen higher than level 5, so. Oh.
Alright.
Well, by the way, everyone, I just wanted to say congrats, good job. We have more than doubled the integrity of our... since we started.
Why are we?
Speaking of which, shields up, please. Because
Yeah,
I can't help but notice we're like sliding around inside the repair bay.
Wait, who's?
And for reasons I hope are understandable, that makes me nervous.
Were you piloting?
Oh, hold up. Alright, let me know when we're ready to jump. Or, oh no, we have to go through the warp key.
Do you want me to start moving?
As long as we're not spinning and hitting things.
I was just lining us up. That's all.
Joseph, it was you?
So, alright, so let's...
What are you lining us up to?
We're in the repair bay.
Get it?
You can just move backwards, dude. We're in space.
Away. Away, weapons bot.
I think you mean suicidal idiot. He won't respond unless you call him by his name.
That's fair. Okay, so get us into the warp gate, and that'll take us where we need to go. Also, in exchange for a donation, I owe the chat a robot go down the hole.
Wait, you have to go down the hole?
Yeah, I owe the chat a robot go down the hole. So the next time we find a hole, I need to jump down it.
What hole?
Any hole, I think.
Yeah, at this point I don't think it matters specifics, but yeah.
I mean, do you want the?
I was thinking. No.
I'm sure we'll find another hole for me to fall down.
Yeah, let's not even play with fate there.
Oh, okay.
I think we should play with fate.
The ship is my baby. Jacob can do whatever he wants with his robot body. That's his responsibility. But the ship, please be gentle.
He's steering it. He's steering it into the warp gate.
I actually know how to steer, okay? I have to go back down to the giant rat place. Well, we can't though. So I can prove that that's impossible.
Can we not go?
The giant rat place is in here. We actually can't go back there.
Is there a delay on the chat? Is that?
No, so what happened was, a donation came in, but it disappeared from the screen too fast for me to read it, because I have something else over on top of the,
Oh, I see.
Okay.
So what you're saying is you're eating everyone who's donating their
What
money
just
out of
happened?
their
Did you guys see that?
Yeah, I know how to steer.
No, did you guys see that, though? It
Oh,
pushed me out.
Mr. Robot.
pushed you out?
Yeah.
I know how to steer too.
Cancel alignment. Refund.
Here, I'm gonna. Oh wait, I can't help it. I was gonna.
I think these are directional now? Because before you could kind of go in
Right.
whichever, like wherever you wanted. Or,
Yeah, you could go in either way and just send you around.
But yeah, there's like a particle stream, and I bumped it, and it pushed me backwards, and then it, like, we fell out of the warp gate
Oh, weird.
and bumped into the side. New mission accepted.
look,
What
new mission.
just happened?
We got a new mission.
Yes,
And
but what
we
is it?
Already landed where we were
Abandoned
going.
Intrepid. Huh.
Where are we?
Okay, so we've got 10 jumps to do this.
Determined cost.
Where
of
is
failure
In one
and
jump.
So the
Oh good,
If
it's
we
out
one
here.
Jump, we may as well do it.
Yeah,
are
2
we-
jumps, but
all
yeah.
these missions, all these missions go to places near us. Near where we are when we accept it.
Okay.
We should be able to get to 2009 without charting a course directly to it. Okay, so auto charting a course does this. If you guys look at the
What
map,
the
you should
heck?
be able to see it.
Yeah, that's really weird.
But yeah, you should be able to target it directly.
Yeah, just go to 2000 then. Tell me when you land up here.
So,
I didn't realize
oh,
that
now
was-
it works.
No, it still doesn't.
It's out here 10 years ago. You have to learn how to time travel.
Jacob, it's not. No.
What? What do you want?
It's not. It's still. It's got an extra one to
No.
224.
Wow. It's
Okay,
like
so
other ones are
the
really close.
USS Centuria suffered
Alright,
an exosuit breach.
jump.
They contained it.
Yeah.
32 hours later, we lost contact with that ship.
So we accept.
Yeah.
So something dodgy happened to a ship. We have to go and find out what.
And so, are we dealing with the ship, or are we gonna have to teleport onto the ship?
We're going to have to teleport onto the ship.
Oh crud.
Writing that armor decision.
We have to actually see the ship first. We can't teleport to it because it's not on our sensors.
Is
Oh.
it in the system?
Should be.
Yeah, it's supposed to. Is there a planet here? It may have
Joseph, can you scan?
There's I can
Oh.
active scan, but there's nothing showing.
Yeah.
that.
I guess I'll just fly around until I see
There's the USS Centuria. It only showed up on my active scan.
Yeah, other things are like that.
Huh.
You gotta get close enough to it that we can.
Yeah, so we need to get closer to it.
I'm not seeing it on the map.
Is it
Uh,
this
mm.
big structure or is it
Is it?
I can't target.
is
Yeah,
it this?
Jacob, you're the only one that can target ships. So if you
Oh.
left click it in the top right of the screen,
Oh, okay. Sorry. I just-
then it shows up. Yeah,
Oh,
then it'll
okay.
show up. Yeah, and you might want to untarget it because then weapons bot might shoot it down on accident.
Well, he's
He's
here with
totally-
me right now,
That's the one.
so
Nice to see that I have all the power to my sensors right now.
3 kilometers.
There it is.
2 kilometers. 1 kilometer.
whoa, 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 whoa! Slow down.
Ooh. Can
Overshot
affect
a little
you. Drift. Oh, and it's gone.
bit, but you can't board.
Wait, go back to it. Okay, so I can see it, but I can't. Oh, now I can board it.
Oh, okay. So everyone
You
has
slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down.
It's auto slowing down. I can't slow down any faster.
Yeah, you can if you hit left control.
Yeah, left control will cut the main
Well, that's
engines.
backwards.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll cut your momentum.
But now I'm going backwards and faster than I was going forwards.
Oh, do we have reverse thrusters?
we developed.
Oh,
we
we're
developed-
stopped.
Reverse thrusters.
Stopped. No, this is fine. We're
I'm
stopped.
ready to go over.
Says there's no hazards.
Yeah, and except for whatever killed the
Yeah.
other people. Okay, we're gonna head over.
Well, we don't know they're dead. It could be worse.
Oh, it,
What? They're alien zombies because they're dead.
Well, so the problem that we've been sent to investigate is
he's gone.
an exosuit breach.
Exosuit.
Reach.
Yeah. 32 hours after.
Dinosaurs.
So
Dinosaur.
they had an exosuit breach, and 32 hours passed.
This is a Firefly reference.
Wait, I can pilot the ship.
Hey!
You can pilot
Where are
the
they?
ship.
Are they? Oh, hey! Yeah!
Doesn't have any power.
Oh, yeah.
It's Wash's dinosaurs. I love it. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
It's a reference to Firefly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so we've gained access to the piloting console. I don't know why we need that, but we have it. This is really
Okay,
interesting. This actually looks a lot
there's
like.
a bunch of gas over here or something.
Oh,
Huh.
I'm gonna let you guys.
Objective complete, it says.
Huh?
Oh, look, it's covered all the human. Look at all these dead people covered by fungus.
Okay.
It's in the crew quarters.
That's a bit
if you wanna
weird.
Look at that.
Well, the engine's like actually physically shut off, so can't turn that back on.
And there's nothing to loot here, so.
But why am I even here?
Why am I? Maybe it's. I can't access the lockers.
The lockers aren't
Oh,
real.
that's really creepy.
Why did they just respawn?
Jeez.
Because it deactivated the ship too, so it was power.
That's pretty rough.
Uh oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh?
Look at
Don't
our ship.
uh-oh.
How do you get
Why is our ship in red alert and why did it take damage Where? I'm back on the ship. I don't know what you guys. I'm back.
What is happening right now? It's very weird.
Like I said, I think Suicidal Idiot might have.
Are we taking shield damage?
Why are we taking shield damage? What the crap?
Oh.
Oh.
Whoa! Get us out of here.
Shooting at us.
What's shooting at us? The
I was
freaking...
The ship.
The Centuria?
Yeah. Okay.
What
somebody
the
else play it and
crap?
fix it.
okay. You want?
Oh man, that was interesting.
How is it shooting at us?
No need to
What?
investigate.
Hey, wait a minute.
Turns out the weapon systems still work, and one of them is a real.
Oh wait, you used it?
Wait. Okay.
Wait. You said their weapon system's really good? What is it?
It was the thing that knocked down our shield.
Is it the defender turret? Is that what it is?
It was whatever is in a laser.
Phased turret or defender turret?
Let me go. It's probably high level. Let me scan them.
I most certainly did not shoot my own ship, but somebody did.
I think it's the defender turret. Yeah.
The defender turret or the phase one? Because the phase one's the laser.
Take them
It's
both.
the defender turret. Yeah.
Can we take them?
Yeah, I only have a 30% chance of succeeding on the traction. Probably just blow it up. But
Yeah, we may want to move back a little ways before we do that.
Yeah, I'll level.
Well, too late.
Well,
Never mind.
Let's go get the scrap.
You jerk.
I picked them.
Hey, we wouldn't have known about their amazing weapon.
Which
Just
we
put them
couldn't
on our
get
own-
anyway.
We definitely would have known
We
about
got
that.
tested them on our own ship. Look.
Actually, if you would just scanned it like you're supposed to do.
Well, I only did 22 damage to our ship. Don't worry about it. There's nothing wrong with
Hole.
I feel like we have a problem when our science officer is more kill crazy than suicidal idiot.
Hey,
The
it's not
weapons
science,
robot?
it.
Yeah, have we already picked up all this crap? Was that it?
I rammed it.
Man, that was weird. I don't know what that was about.
It was a bit spook.
It was the fungus.
Yeah. It was
The fungus among us! No, I honestly thought we were already all back on our ship.
I did too. And I
Why
was
is it shooting at us?
I was like, take it down.
Where are we going now? By the way.
Ooh, yeah, that was fun.
Oh,
Okay, so our CU rating is 10 now.
No. Yeah, so do we want to go back and check?
You know what I think happened there? Just to do a little bit of interpretation. I think what we just saw is one of those situations where like Picard orders the shields up, and everybody braces for impact, and then they just take no action because they're waiting to see what's gonna happen. So the ship is like every so often, like hold position, and then it turned out that it was one of our own guys just
I was
doing stuff. We'll
It was
say,
Romulan.
yeah, secret Romulan agent. That's the one.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna like randomly jump around here a little bit,
Wait, or maybe he's just a robot under
Wait,
that.
why?
to explore new sector types because we are in what appears to be some kind of nebula.
Okay.
Our chaos level is 3.4. Just, thought everyone should tell that,
Should tell. Alright, Joseph, our chaos level is 3.
Chaos level?
I'm gonna jump this.
Chaos level is like overall difficulty.
Yeah, and like the craziness of things that we. Oh, good.
Two
Alright,
flag
what is
vessels
this?
from ambushing transport ships.
Hey, look, it's right next.
Pair
to
of flagged
where-
vessels, the Arc Slayer and Terminus, has been ambushing ships in sector something. There's an overlay in front of it. In sectors with copious space debris. Thus far, they've attacked 4 transport ships from various factions. The Colonial Union Command Center has requested that their crimes be put to a stop immediately. Oh gosh. Swordfish, no. Romulan inside job.
You skip war. Skip.
I mean, I'm ready to skip work. These guys.
Skip war.
Going into combat?
Yes, skip warp. Fine.
Hey, look, combat.
Hey, it's not my fault. I was overcome by the spaceman.
What did you do this time? Hey, can you run
Oh, hey, yeah, I need
the
now.
antivirus? Run it. Do it.
Running it.
Ow.
Oh, what was it doing? I already ran it.
Master.
It's already been run.
Kidding.
You need to chill your jets.
Chill my water vase head.
Yeah, exactly.
No, our temperature's gonna fine.
Hey, it's okay. We're all good. Everything's fine.
We're not.
Everything's fine.
Just being concerned.
Everything's fine.
It
Nothing
is
fine,
genuinely going
everything is
pretty
wrong.
decently for us right now. So I would appreciate if we could get one more of you guys on the other turret.
I can.
Because increasing our fire rate will definitely help
Turrets.
deal with this.
Wow, I'm really advocating a tank now.
Oh gosh, this thing is not easy to fire.
Well, you can swap for this one. This one doesn't have any
I'm
special on it.
By the way, I already used our shield recharge, so if you want me to use it again, I'm gonna need more.
We're okay for now. Our shields are recharging pretty quick.
I don't know why. That is annoying.
I'm gonna lower more power to engineer. I don't think we really need it as long as we keep our shields charging.
Okay.
Hey, got one.
Target the other thing now. Scan
Target
it. Target weapons.
Can we get more cooling on the weapon systems?
Yeah. On it.
Awesome. That should let us do
There's a
some
level
sustained
3
fire
available.
here.
Good for them.
I know, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna stop cooling as much
Yeah, that's fine.
because we've almost killed him.
It's on. Okay,
Right,
there we go.
there you go.
I'm
Alright.
gonna go collect scrap.
Could really feel the loss to power engine in them.
Yes. Sorry.
I'm collecting scrap.
Alright, well done.
Yeah, our shields are all charged and our weapons need to reach quick. As soon as they do, then nice and.
Oh my gosh, someone's shooting mines?
So whoever's shooting the mines, I'm just.
Is it a weapon spot?
I don't know. You know, Joseph, normally I would say it was you.
I'm on scanner, so it can't
Yeah,
be.
so if you don't know what it is.
Okay, we're good. Unless you want to go process rack or something. Lame.
I do.
Alright, Mel is headed out to a late panel, the convention.
Okay.
Actually works out because it's pretty close to the time to end the stream. It will probably stick around as long as you guys are willing to play, but I do want to cut that off when I said I would.
Getting up to like 600 meters per second, pretty good.
Oh, dang it. I got 3 scrap, but I couldn't process the rest.
Alright, I'll come down for it. Lightform scanner, null point reactor, shield recharger.
All these names are super cool, and then the things are actually good.
Yeah, I mean, I think the names would be more meaningful if the effects differed a little bit more. I like the way that they work. It's like we installed a null point reactor, you have to take these steps to maintain it, kind of thing.
Or that he gives this benefit or something like that.
Distinct from everything else.
What was I doing? I didn't even turn off the lights. I'm a noob.
I mean, we knew that already, but whatever.
Wow. Who needs cyber defense? Awkwardly.
Yeah.
Aim assist.
Video
Air
magic.
filter.
Alright, jump one ready.
Beneath those.
What are you doing?
Just salty, just probably a noob. Alright, jump us.
No, it's fine. I got it.
Fine, I'm jumping next.
Honestly, all you need is a ship and some engines.
So no, we are definitely keeping that oxygen.
No healing, no oxygen. Who cares?
It'll numb the pain.
But I guess if we're all robots inside.
It's easier to tolerate all this when you have severe hypoxia.
And it's.
There's a nebula.
Yes, which means it's harder to see them. So the scanners are sad.
Yeah, I can tell.
Hey,
Ooh,
look.
wow.
Oh, a virus.
Yeah, can you anti that virus?
No, I need more fuel for it or
Fuel?
whatever.
Okay. How much do you
They're
need?
very close
Okay,
for having such low visibility. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Dropping more power to
Let
engineering.
me fire, please. Ah, crap.
Yep.
Yeah. It lined up a
11.
perfect firing
That's
arc
not
for
great.
me, and then the weapon overheated and I couldn't fire back. Oh yeah, we got this guy. Easy peasy.
Yeah, our shields.
He's already
have
dead.
upgraded so much. Oh, not paying attention. Yikes. Our shields recharge super fast.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this nebula really, really messes with our scanning ability.
It does, yes.
It kind of makes it so I don't do much.
I also dropped all of their power, so that
Oh, I see.
Might be related, yeah.
All right.
yeah, you're fine. Now you have all your power back.
I
I mean,
well, nice.
honestly, at this point, all I do is rotate until he can fire.
Yeah, I mean that's
Yeah, I
pretty
hope
much your
mine's
job
not
in this
dropping
situation,
most of
yeah.
the engineering power.
It doesn't have anything to shoot us with, so really you don't have to take evasive maneuvers or anything, you just have to
Rotate.
make sure that we can still shoot him. I think our effective range is significantly longer than his as well.
Whoa, let's not.
I'm not
heat up
entirely
that
sure
fast.
it's even opened fire yet.
Well, we've taken a couple hits.
Really? I genuinely
Yeah,
have not
no.
noticed.
Like, just barely too. I decided that it wasn't worth it to keep using cooling.
Yeah, that's probably true. Like, we definitely don't need to be at full capacity to kill this thing.
It is not very scary.
Why isn't it taking so long?
Well,
We've lost scan on it.
well, yeah, because
Sorry, I gave you. Sorry. I'm trying to give.
I am
weapons
actually
to
really
shield.
dependent on that for targeting.
Okay.
No, I'm not like being critical. I'm just saying like that matters a lot more than I would have thought. Because I don't know that I've ever been in a situation where I'm firing this type of weapon without sensors up.
Hmm.
And it doesn't give you the little lead reticle.
yeah,
Oh, really?
Yeah, because well, so what happens is when you lose lock on it, it just like the target reticle stays wherever it was before, and you just watch the ship leave.
That would be kind of.
Get the skills, right?
All right, got him.
okay. We need to get closer
Hashtag pro.
to that scrap over there if we want to collect it.
Well,
Also, do you want to turn off red alert? I give you power.
Thank you.
Also, that reduces our total amount of power by. Thanks.
Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, or you could just fly. I guess that works as well. Okay, never mind. All right. All right. I see how it is.
All right, process scrap. Make sure nothing blew up.
Yeah, I just
Keep the
want to
ship
make sure
nice,
our
yeah?
weapons stop taking all of our power.
Okay, we're lined up.
Okay, I'm gonna go process scrap really quick before we warp.
Yeah, I'm
Oh
headed down
my
to
gosh, there's
assist.
so much.
a bad haul at all.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, apparently not.
Did you just fail?
Twice. 3 times, that's it, I'm done. Crap.
Nope, that's 3 times for me too. It like jumps when it's left over.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I will warp us now then.
Good thing.
And I will go try this map again, so don't skip it.
Yeah, do not skip warp on this one because I need to be up on the bridge when it's time.
Tell me when we want to skip.
Weapon power.
Ooh, yeah, 2 in a row. Oh.
Oh yeah, 3 failures in a row.
Ooh.
Come on, bro, you're killing me. Nope. Well, I got 7 of them, so I feel pretty good.
That's not bad at all. Probably afford the reactor now too, huh?
Let's see. We are at 15, yeah. Like the whole, and if we get one more process, then we can afford another shield boost too. Battle stations, at attention. I'm doing both.
We can skip.
This is a fight, right?
Yep.
Just tell me when you're ready.
Yeah. The lights off preemptively.
Alright, go for it.
Terminus. That's a good sign.
So we have to pick both of these ships?
Yep. They're both targets.
Okay, navigating towards.
Arc Slayer is our nearer target.
Arc Slayer? Okay.
Hey, look, I can actually see stuff. They have laser turret.
So
Oh,
do
why is
we.
this idiot taking damage?
We've been boarded?
No,
No,
our turret
we have
alarm
not
never
been
went off.
boarded.
I think
Our shields are down.
Oh, our shields are down.
Let me go round
not
that
great.
quick.
Wow, that was very scary. Yeah, I think they're targeting weapons, but he's gonna take most of the damage and he's probably gonna light on fire.
I mean, I'm in here too. Don't worry about
Oh,
me.
he's dead. He's dead. So we lost our main turret.
Well, but you're not taking damage.
We did not lose our main turret because I have that certification. Where are the targets?
Well, you're gonna get hit too, just so you know.
Oh, I know. But this
We're
mess
getting more coolant.
is my job right now. The other mess is yours. Alright. Main turret. And... Ah! Alright. So he's narrowed his profile.
Oh, I think that's what the red is. I think they're targeting the reactor.
Hmm.
No.
Almost got him.
Oh, it's just like, how does he keep dying? Oh, and
Turret alarm.
Where even is he? How did he die?
Oh, I found him.
where's,
They're all, they just killed me.
you died real quick.
There's like 5 of them, that's why.
I guess.
What are they just?
Wait, 5 intruders?
Yeah,
Oh crap.
yeah.
Oh, they're there.
Maybe we should take
Lawn's
care of
down.
Arc
How is it still up?
2 down.
Okay.
Where's the rest of these intruders?
Yeah, I'm respawning.
I only found 2 intruders. So if there were more of them, they're still.
It looked like more.
Well, the Arc Slayer is gone, so that's dealt with at least.
Yeah.
Main turret's overheated, but it's coming down fast. Thank you for properly cooling our weapons. I appreciate that.
Funny, 'cause right when you said that, I actually turned off coolant. So.
Lol.
Oh,
Okay.
it's been on this whole time, so.
You.
I'm running up. I'm running up.
Yeah.
There it is.
Also, because it was on while I was dead, so it used up about 60% of it. So. Yeah, it goes.
Alright, their shields are down. Okay, we gotta keep the pressure on.
Yeah, I added in more coolant, so we're down to about 4.
Oh, they have one of those defender turrets.
Oh,
Well,
shit.
not for long, they don't.
Dude, do you need another fuel capsule?
Yeah.
Okay, it's in.
Yeah, we should be taking a lot less damage because I switched our shields over to static.
Oh, that's good.
Now I could actually scan and see what they were running with. Instead of having to hunt down
Intruders.
Nice.
Yeah.
Got it. They're down.
Very nice.
Also, every jump or so, the ammo clip in the weapons room refills, so if anybody wants to pick those up, they're essentially free.
The what?
The ammo clips.
Yeah.
Do you already get the scrap from the other one?
Oh, I haven't picked up any scrap.
We clear?
So, unless you...
No other surprises?
Oh, there's scrap over there. Picking it up. Okay, it's picked up.
So we are very low on coolant.
We are, yes.
So we want to go back to dock or whatever?
I vote that.
Yep, there is a repair depot 1 jump away. We can get there straight away.
Also, I maxed out our reactor output talent that we got. So...
Good.
Yeah. So
The upgraded turret power conduits is maxed as well. And I'm just gonna put a point into custom DNA for the weapons specialist so that his respawn time goes down when he does something stupid.
I don't even know why I'm doing it, but I'm doing all armor.
So we haven't been able to get more perks because we really haven't been collecting a lot of research points.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna warp it.
Alright.
And start collecting scrap, or processing scrap.
And now I have 8 armor.
Let me know. You actually probably have more than that because Jacob's been leveling up the whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got 4 points in the heavy armor training
Yeah. CF4.
skill, so...
I have 12.
Well, it actually says you have 24, but I mean.
Oh, well, that's...
Base armor.
Oh no. 30 EM,
Okay, I
Light
processed all
scanner.
of our scrap.
null point reactor, and...
I am a tank.
Okay.
I think, maybe.
Well,
Yeah, we're in pretty
you're
good shape
pilot,
right now.
So.
I'm piloting a tank.
Well, you are actually because this is a heavy cruiser.
Yeah. Okay, we can skip them.
You want to get back into the pirates? Are we warping somewhere dangerous?
No,
No,
we're headed to a repair depot.
Do you want me to successfully navigate into a repair station?
That would be nice.
Yep.
I don't even see one. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Joseph, hail the depot, please.
Depot.
That's how you do it.
God.
Also, let me know as soon as we get in so I can look. Also, we have like 50,000 credits, so we should spend that on something.
Really?
Yep.
Captain's chair.
For another 1,000. Alright, now.
Is this a station we can warp aboard? Yes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can go
Yeah.
aboard. In fact...
Okay, we're in.
We're in?
Yep.
Okay. So,
I can go both to the
now.
general store and the repair depot and the Fluffy Biscuit store.
I've
Yeah.
given you guys a pretty generous allowance this time around.
Oh, thanks.
Aww.
So get what you
Oh
want.
my gosh, ammo clips.
So that means I can buy a weapon, not tell anyone about it, right?
There's a split shot.
Hey Jacob, what else do we want to upgrade? We have 8. The reactor will take 15 on the next upgrade. Shield takes 6, and the hull will take 5.
Keep pumping the reactor if we can.
Oh my! What?
It'll take 15.
Whoa, 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 whoa! What are you doing?
Oh yeah, that's which one is that one? Is that the automated?
That was the repair depot.
Repair depot? Yeah, they just start killing you for some reason. We can't figure out why.
What the crap?
It's because, like, you're not supposed to go there, right?
Yeah, but we don't know why.
Because there's if you can go there and get free repairs essentially if you kill them.
Oh well, like I did that.
Killed them?
Well,
So
that's not great.
because then you can just hit, instead of like asking them to pay for it, you can go there and like hit repair and it does it.
Oh, really?
Well,
Yeah. And
what's
so,
the rep at?
Dedicate the pirates.
Well, it's still at 10.
Man, okay, we're good. No issues.
You just walk back on the ship. La da da da.
I didn't do anything wrong. You can't prove anything.
So Jacob, we can't do the reactor again. It'll take 7 in total.
7 what total?
It'll take 15 total, and we have 8 right now.
Right.
So do you
But
want?
we did get 1 level on it, right?
Yeah, we got 1 for spending 10 on it. Then. So do you want to wait until we have that?
I think so.
Okay. Do we also want to upgrade the healing beam?
Let me.
I probably want to do that. Just make it easier for us to not die.
Okay. So Joseph, do you want to send me your healing?
Alright, I souped up our warp drive processor as well, so we should be able to calculate warp jumps much faster.
Where was the item upgrader?
It is just across from the weapons bay.
From the what?
The weapons bay.
Across from it.
Yes.
Across from it where? Like in where the science bay is?
Go out the door from the weapons bay and keep walking.
I did. There's a door, an unmarked door. Is that one?
That is the one.
Oh,
Yes.
there it is. Hold on.
So. Whoa. Okay,
Joseph,
I need
where did you get
more
that?
attention. Doing.
What is? Compare guns for a moment.
Yeah. What's up?
Also, Joseph, do you want to send me your healing rifle? So I can upgrade it? Joseph, you're just kind of spinning around in circles. Joseph?
Hello?
He's
Are you
taking
still
a call,
there?
so he probably muted.
Oh.
So we found the power switch on the human too.
Except he's still like spinning
Yeah,
around.
I mean.
That was easier than expected too.
Wait. Why is the
I'm back.
weapon specialist back?
You want to send me your healing rifle so I can upgrade it?
Oh yeah.
As you shoot me.
Let me.
Nice. Keep it classic.
Yeah.
Then.
Be right back.
So did we
actually- Do we want to hang on to a second experimental shield recharger?
Yeah, I think they stack.
I mean, I would imagine so, but what I'm saying is like, is that something that we need? We don't really have room
Upgrade
for
items
it.
without the item upgrader talent?
I think I
Who
have,
has that?
I don't. I don't.
I think I
don't
took
either.
it, but let me check.
Apparently. Thought I did.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I've got item upgrader.
Okay, let me send it to you.
Well, you can just put it on the thing, and I can actually operate the item upgrader.
Well, I was already sending it, so... Wait, out of curiosity,
Okay.
to me, because it was in my hands and then I sent it away, I am still in the position of holding a pistol, but there's just nothing there.
Nice.
Is that the case when you look at me?
No, it just looks like you have your arms at it.
Oh, really? Oh,
No,
that's
yeah,
weird.
I've got the same thing. Good.
And then, like, I sprint, and then I lift up my hands, and then they're...
Cost 7 for a level 2.
7 more for level 2, it costs 5 for...
Yeah,
going into a level
that's
1.
correct.
We don't have that.
Did somebody just wander off with it, or did it actually disappear?
No, I wandered off with it.
Okay, I thought so, because I thought I saw you, like, out of the corner of my eye, but I wasn't quite
We're
sure.
just messing with everybody.
I wasn't sure. It was one of those things, like, I'm not sure. I don't trust this game enough to assume that it's not buggy.
Oh yeah, I have a
We
shot.
need to get some more coolant.
Yeah, I'm shopping for it now.
Fantastic. I really wish you could have, like, coolant reserves. That
Yeah, that would be
nice.
neat. Well, I mean, that is our
that's
coolant
what these are
reserve.
called.
No, I know, but if we had, like, 3, because we're a stupid huge ship with a stupid huge reactor...
I mean, that might be like an upgrade they do in the future. Expand your coolant capacity.
It probably won't, because that'd be overpowered, because then you can just have it running at maximum.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we're ready to warp and all that jazz.
Yeah.
Not
I bought a shotgun.
why.
Does anyone want
Check
my
the rest of the...
Fade's pistol +1?
Actually, I will take it, because then I can switch between them.
So we can get a beam shield generator. That desirable?
Beam shield generator.
Yeah. Or a dark
What is
thruster.
that? What is a beam shield generator?
We don't want the dark thruster. It's not exclusive, but we're already using with a beam shield. It's a 15% extra resistance to beam attacks. Its base integrity at level 2 is 875, charge rate 15, minimum for QT shields 50%.
No, that's already worse than ours.
Alright.
Well,
It was mostly just because if we upgrade it,
worst
we
case
might
we
get
could-
significantly
yeah,
better
that's what
beam
I was saying.
resist, but I
Well,
don't
yeah,
think we
but
need that.
I feel like it doesn't justify taking a hit just to potentially upgrade it more when it probably is.
so how much does the upgrade?
And ours right now is already at 1100. After that,
What did it start?
I started very low, started at 400.
Well, okay, so but this thing
It has-
starts at.
It doesn't cost very much though to upgrade it still.
Oh, so we haven't maxed out upgrade.
I don't know if there is a max upgrade because I thought 5 was.
Hmm.
But right now, because we've already spent all of our scrap upgrading our reactor, then that means that we have to wait a long time. So we could buy it, and then when we get more scrap, so switch it out and then upgrade it a bunch of times.
Yeah, I think I should do that.
But it'll probably only be like a 200 integrity, much as
Well, but it also has the increased to phasers.
beam attacks. Yeah. But also the charge rate is less
No.
than what ours is now.
Does the charge rate not increase with upgrading?
It does, but not as much. So our charge rate is 36 right now, and it was already at like 20 something at level 2.
So, alright.
So I think it's not worth it at the moment.
So at this point, here is what we're going to do. We are going to find somewhere that we can warp to.
I love it.
We're going to find somewhere that has a structure we can teleport into, and I'm going to find a hole and jump down it.
Oh yes.
And then I'm going to cut the stream, and maybe we will keep playing, maybe we won't. But I have to do that before we are done.
Well, the nebula is the wrong place to look because the nebula have. There are no planets in the nebula that I've ever seen.
Alright, then let's go out of the
So-
nebula then, huh?
Yes. Also, I think the colonial union controlled less like planets.
Are less likely, you said?
I would think so because I think the planets that they do have.
Okay, well, in that case, what do we want to do?
You can just go out to the left beyond the nebula, where it has all the neutral ones, and then we can always go to the harbor.
Oh my gosh!
That is not what I
This
meant.
jump drive is amazing. That's only 4
I know,
jumps.
it's huge. But I'm
Wow.
going up to the harbor. So if you take out those last 2 and switch it to the harbor, because the
Yeah,
harbor,
no, just that. I'm just kind of. Is that 2 jumps?
Yeah, that's
3 jumps.
well, no, it might actually be 2.
Is this the final adjustment? No.
Yeah, no, that is only 2 jumps.
Yeah, dang.
That's ridiculous.
awesome.
All right, so line up for this. I'm gonna take the marker off it for a second. Who needs warp gates?
I know, seriously.
Oh my gosh.
It would be 2 warps to get to the warp gate, and it's 3 warps to just get back to Outpost 4.
Yeah.
Dang.
Wow.
Alright, are we ready?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Then again, if you don't skip it, it's a 6.5 minute warp.
Compared to, what is it, a 13-minute?
Oh, hi.
Ah!
Oh, hi. It's so long, bandits.
It's time for Fighty McFightersons.
Is it?
It is.
I'm just keeping everything in full power right now because we don't need to do anything different. Hopefully we can just kill them super fast.
I mean, they're looking that way.
Hmm.
Once we hit about 3,200, then I'll slow down, which is coming faster than I hoped. Yeah, we are at 3,200, so I'll lower jet.
Oh, come on.
First thing you lower.
Alright, okay. It's fine. I was gonna be annoyed if you dropped it before we defeated the first
I
bandit.
actually did drop it before.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, in a way that mattered.
No way that mattered. I just hear pew pew, pew pew, pew pew.
Okay, so that just means you have ears.
It's just funny because I can't actually see anything that's going on, and I have no idea.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were on that turret.
Meanie.
No, of course I'm not at the turret. I'm actually doing my job.
Well, I mean, I'm doing my job. My job is to man this turret.
It is. That's correct. You're right.
My job is
Good
to
job, you did it.
Or firepower, because we already know where they are.
I've had an epiphany.
What?
I don't need to be
Okay,
locked
that's-
into my chair.
You know, I have yet to have that epiphany because I do need to be locked in my chair.
Yeah, the engineer doesn't
Look at the power
really get to
stations.
be flexible, unfortunately.
Well, it's okay. I kind of like it because it just simplifies things down.
Yeah, no, I feel similarly, but
Crazy.
it does mean that if we need somebody extra on, like, a turret or whatever, you kind of can't do it.
It ain't me. You can get somebody else, but it won't be me.
These have serious thermal problems, some of these things.
Oh yeah.
Again, I don't want to be wasting coolant on this.
No, I'm not saying that you should be using more coolant. I'm saying that they overheat really fast.
Yeah,
Not a lot of
power
shots.
defense and shields, 'cause we
wondering
don't
what-
seem to need it.
Is
Use
it
power weapons?
does that problem decrease if you get better levels of these weapons?
I think some of them
I
do.
think the weapon specialist has talents that help with it.
Yeah, I know that.
Well, I mean, those are already maxed out, though.
Yeah, I think specific weapons help. One more hit. One more. You can do it.
Not one more from my weapon. One more
There
from a
you
real
go.
weapon.
One more from a big.
Yours
boy
deals
weapon.
about 180 on a good shot.
Mine deals like 36 on a good shot. It
We
does
are
load a shield.
we are talking about the laser, right?
Well, okay, maybe I'm doing this wrong.
So what happens is the longer you keep a continuous stream of fire, the more damage it deals, and it like
Yeah.
compounds the longer that you.
Yeah, but
Can you
I
not
mean,
do that right
it
now?
Can, it can only like go like up so far before it just cuts out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying is that you get that kind of damage if you keep if you keep your shots on it the entire time.
Yeah.
Which is hard to do. Like don't get me wrong, it's not actually easy.
I thought I was too.
That's where you went wrong. You
did we get all of scrap here? Because I'm seeing like little blue floaty bits up in the sky.
I saw one show up and I processed it. Here's another one that.
Yeah, I collected the scrap I saw, but there was another.
I
somewhere.
Saw and processed 2.
We picked up a shield-piercing tracker. That's neat.
Let me know if you see any other scrap that we picked up.
Nothing so
I
far.
don't think there's any other.
Okay. Good enough.
Lined up
Oh,
for
I
the
think that's
work.
just... Okay, yeah. Jump when ready.
Big jumping.
I mean, I can follow those blue lights, but they look like the galaxy.
You should skip the warp.
Orders.
Oh, what's
Should I
this?
skip it even if we're...
No, hold on
Yeah,
just
we're
a second.
going to the harbor,
Rendezvous with an undercover informant and send report to the command center via long-range comms. Oh boy.
Skip.
Crew of Colonial Union officers went undercover in an unaligned vessel called the Aronis in order to infiltrate the Alliance of Gentlemen's Network. For the past few months, they have been extracting information on the Alliance and its members who pose a threat to the stability of the galaxy. The command center has found you to be dependable Colonial Union officers and requires you to rendezvous with the Aronis. Send the Aronis' new report to the command center over long-range comms. Alright.
I like it. All about infiltration.
There's a
No one
planet.
will see the USS Bob coming.
There's a civilian...
All aboard the Bob.
Watch out, he's got a Bob.
Alright, before we depart, let's check the
Gotta go
planet
find-
for holes to jump in.
It's the
Yeah,
bomb.
that's where I'm at. Oh, it's so bright. Oh, I cannot see. Also, why does it have Colonial Union flags everywhere?
I don't know. It just said
In
it
a
was
neutral place.
it just
Not
said
only
it was
that, but,
civilian station.
Place aligned with a faction that is against.
Hello, Mr. Shooty.
There's no
Mr. Shooty.
Warm greeting as always.
Hello, Mr. Shooty.
Yes.
So I haven't found a hole in here, but I looked.
Look, fuel.
Oh,
Swordfish, would jumping off the roof of this thing, if I can manage to get up there, substitute for jump in the hole? Or robot go down the hole?
A robot.
wait, I still have faith. I still think I can find one. Just give me some time.
I'm just saying, like, if we can't... He says that'll do.
That'll do.
Hey, look, a quest.
We have a quest.
I don't know if somebody wants to go talk to me and get the quest. I'm looking for a hole.
I'm looking for pickups, but
There is some stuff here.
yeah, it's
Neural connections.
sensor station battery. Should I be? You know what? I'm stealing it anyway.
You never ask.
Pair of ammo
It
clips.
gives you moral responsibility.
No one said no, so by your logic.
Oh no, I'm encumbered.
How much stuff did you
That is actually the first time I've ever heard of somebody doing that.
Yeah, I've never ran into anybody getting encumbered.
Let me
Garbasplin.
just eat some of these food
Good to
supplies
see you
no
made it to the
longer-
harbor. Stock up on supplies, grab some port ale, take a load off. And if you have the spare time, I'd be grateful if you or your crewmates could help me with something outside. So he trades for a load of stuff in hand. Marinated sand shark fillet. The
Oh,
crap.
Yeah, there's 2 requests here.
And a lot of revitalizing syringes. So that's kind of awesome.
I mean, I could still use one, honestly.
There's enough for, like, at least one each. Multiple, probably.
Wow.
I've already
Sure.
bought them all, so I can distribute them in a minute. Smuggler's
Yeah,
pistol.
I'm running around up here on the 2nd level, and there are no.
No holes.
No
Technically,
holes.
this middle section is just one big hole. Round.
That is true. I'm tempted to look around outside too.
There's also.
Do I want a second beam pistol?
Oh,
Second what?
there's an elevator.
First
The
right.
answer is probably gun, and the answer is probably yes, you want it.
I just went through the elevator. Okay.
You know what? We're gonna do something a little different.
Hudson.
I am bequeathing some of it to you guys.
You're bequeathing what?
Gotta grab a quest here. Don't get much help around the outpost. It can be a difficult place to manage with so few hands. If you're looking to earn some extra credits, you could retrieve the sensors that are spread out around the perimeter of the outpost. We use them to keep a watchful eye on the native critters, but it's been a while since we've performed maintenance on a good number of those sensors. They're due for repairs. If you could just bring the batteries in for me, it'd be a tremendous.
Oh, hey. Hello.
I assume you've been gathering them already?
Yeah, where's this guy?
He
How many
is
do you have?
I have 2.
2. Out
Yes, it's
of
4.
4. There's 2 more out there.
Okay.
And then I'm standing on top of the guy, so
Well, I
this is...
can't carry them without being encumbered.
Well, then take a point in the perk that lets you have more strength.
I don't have
Some
any
of your
talent.
crap. Some of your crap.
You have no
is fine.
talent.
I have
Okay.
no talent. That's really what you wanted to hear him say.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I didn't mean from both of you. Got a whole bunch of stuff from both of you, and I don't know what's going on.
I'm not even sure if I need a revitalizing.
And pass it over to Rook.
Okay. Well, do you need one? Because we're both. I think 200 is the maximum.
It's
Alright.
just for later.
Who wants a beam pistol +1?
Sure.
All yours.
So where would the other sensor station
And
batteries be?
Ammo.
Can you not see them on the scanner?
Well, the other 2 did show up on the scanner, but I don't see
Oh.
2 more because you said
Zoom the scanner out, and perhaps it will
it's
tell you.
already zoomed out all the way. There is
Okay.
a random NPC over here. But...
Not again.
We've been here before.
Hey, look, another.
Flying the
repair
Greyhound.
gun. Why am I
Come
getting
on.
all this random crap from everybody?
I think.
Well, I was encumbered.
How are you guys already encumbered?
That is a
because we
good
don't
question.
waste points on random.
No, I know, but
Oh,
neither why,
crap.
but I still have
Let's see, I can't
13.
go
I
all the
still
way
have
up.
7 pounds worth inventory space.
Are you not? Well, you're not carrying a healing.
Okay, let's make
No,
it.
but I'm
Alright,
carrying
I'm almost there.
guns.
Well,
Oh, I'm
I
not
was
almost
carrying
there. Holy
one
crap.
first.
Does this robot go down the hole enough for you?
Oh.
Is this worth $15?
Wait, did you manage to make it all the way up on top of the whole structure?
No, I can only get up this far because that is as far as I can go with my jetpack.
Wait, maybe you can get up on the mountain.
Oh yeah, good thinking.
Or,
Yeah.
On top of the
Good
on top
thinking.
of the whole structure. I'm just curious to see if it can be done, so I'm also doing it.
Need a lot
there's
more
another
height.
Quest over here that we could accept as well.
What is it?
Okay. It's
I'll sell you the batteries that you're looking for.
If it's the
inherent freedom of the fringes of galaxies to an extreme live in utter loss. Oh wait, no, I missed the part. The galaxy is dangerous. It's a dangerous place these days. There are many ships
No
that
way.
inherent
Alright.
freedom of the fringes live in utter lawlessness. They commit brazen crimes against any ship.
Okay. Alright.
Because the faction affiliation as the Union, as the Colonial Union is short-handed officers.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Oh my gosh, there's no way.
Nah, it's too far at that point. I think you can start over here though, you might be able to do it.
Where, they're down there, you think?
Nope.
That's a long way.
Yeah, good thing I saved just a tiny bit of fuel left at the bottom. Just in case. Good thing too, because I probably would have.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what a plane Richard he is. Jumping off of mountains and landing on things. Silly. Tricks are for interesting Richards.
Wow. Okay, yeah, I don't think I can get any further up there.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Oh, wait. Here's another idea. Another option. It's less high, but more. There's this tower thingy right here by the teleporter.
Where even is the teleporter?
Oh, there's actually, you can actually go into it.
Oh, is that where the battery is?
No, it's not that.
It's not a proper hole, but it's...
Oh, I see it, yeah.
You can just sink far enough in to disappear out of sight.
Okay, so I can robot go in that hole and jump off of this.
And then jump off the
I feel like
hole.
that's a good compromise. Can somebody come up here and heal me so I don't die when I do this?
Well, where are you?
I think you deserve this.
Yeah, no, you're right. Actually, you know what? I take it back. Somebody just send me a revitalizing syringe so I don't lose all my bonuses.
Yeah, considering I had like 12 sent to me, I will send it to you.
You're welcome.
Whee!
He's not dead.
Oh my gosh, I'm still alive.
Wow.
That is genuinely amazing.
Oh, I see you.
There's no friendly fire. Ah!
As you proceed to not be able to stand.
Yeah, shut up.
It's nice and cozy in here.
It is. Robot in the hole. Robot getting shot in the hole.
Die, robot in the hole.
Robot.
I will extinguish you. There's definitely a point to this interaction.
This seems right. You know,
Yeah, it really does.
Oh my gosh. Look, I found the sensors, and I found some enemies as well.
Yeah?
Well, still have the other ones. So,
Man, they were a ways out there.
I mean, he did say.
There are a lot of enemies out here.
jeez.
Look at them all. Look at all those enemies. Oh.
All I'm looking at is plain Richard robot in a hole.
It's like an ant nest over here.
Just,
Can you take a screenshot of this, Lucas?
Yeah.
Because I would love to post this with, like, the adventures of plain Richard, comma, robot in a hole.
How do you take a screenshot in Steam? Is it F8?
F12, I thought.
It's Alt F4.
No, that's not it.
Oh, this chicken.
Well, here we go. Let's see. One sec.
Oh,
There you go, screenshot.
Yay!
And another one for good measure. Oh, thank you for the batteries.
This is as close as we're gonna get to an air horn.
Okay, plain Richard is healed, now we can run.
Hey! Whee! I'm in
Which guy did you
space!
give the batteries to you?
Ask Jacob.
How did you just take more damage?
I went very up. Why do you ask? It's fine, I can just go to the
I'm
atrium.
not healing you.
I'm not asking you to.
What guy do I give the batteries to?
Yeah, I'm going in so I can show you. Follow me!
Still not encumbered.
No.
Alright, so that was worth $15 then? I went in a very small hole. And then I took, cumulatively, enough damage to easily kill me.
Almost twice, actually.
It was good, okay. Thank you.
Trade. Do I have to sell him the batteries? What do I do?
No, We're done. That was the quest.
Oh, that was it? Oh.
Yep.
Do you still have the batteries?
I don't know. I don't know if I gave them to him or not.
I think you should still have them.
Yeah, no, they're gone.
Okay.
You pick them.
Okay. By the way, shotgun, really good.
Yeah?
Take your word for it.
I made mincemeat for this bug.
Mmm, bug mincemeat.
Didn't stand a chance. Gonna be honest. Form up?
Yep. Back to the ship.
Form up on who?
Excuse you.
I mean, I could say battle stations, but I don't have a command that's just go back home.
You know, you can make your own, right?
Yeah, but right now I'm busy running to the telepad so I can go
You have
back
too
home.
much health.
Yeah.
The atrium?
That's
No,
how
the
much we
atrium's
all have, dude.
No, it's not how much we all have.
important.
Except for plain Richard, we all know goes insane.
I am the squishy captain. I'm captain of squishy.
The squishy iron robot.
Yeah.
And yet I am still significantly easier to kill than all of you guys. Well, let's
See, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I found the restroom.
Enough for it. Okay, can we warp?
Can
Yes, but also where is the atrium?
It's ready.
Also, I'm going to need to go
From the
about 10 minutes.
Okay. Right, well, in that case, I'll just keep the stream going until then, and then we'll be done. Be fine. The bridge. The brig.
Oh, the traders.
Atrium.
Traitors. We
Horrors
need to kill them.
Traders. This is an important distinction.
Yeah, I'll say.
Or traders.
Open, please.
Traders.
There.
They refused to give us the quest.
I mean, they didn't.
And that's the marker for...
Trader.
You used to love me.
Exactly. And then,
Yeah, what are we doing here?
We're not.
We are...
Yeah. So we're just...
Okay. No, what are you doing? Why are you prepping jump?
Because I want to save time later.
Yeah, that's fair. Still no.
Any last words? What are our last words?
Wait, is threatening us?
I mean...
I would say no to that.
What is that thing? Oh, it's a ship.
What's he saying to us? I thought we were supposed to be infiltrating the gentleman.
Oh, well,
Oh, wait, what?
No,
Why did that happen?
Okay. I don't know.
Focus laser turret phase turret. Oh wow. Those are both. There's a level 4 and a level 5.
Well, we're wrecking him, so
Yeah, we are. You're not wrong.
like, I only just barely got back to engineering today, and we already. Sorry, friend, lowering power to engineering and science.
I mean, things like your money or your life don't work well when you're fighting a heavy attack cruiser.
When you're fighting a military vessel.
Yeah.
Not just a military vessel, we're literally just.
A super military vessel.
We're
Yeah.
like, we actually have room for a nuclear weapon. I was gonna say we're like a weapon.
Two, actually.
But like, we actually have room for a nuke.
Not just one, we have room for two.
I don't think we need one of those.
Is he even returning fire?
For fun. Barely. Not very much. Be like right there, but then our shields recharge hecka fast.
Like, I'm just not seeing any projectiles come out of that ship.
so I
I'm
think
just watching the shields energy come up.
if you use some powered engines, I can ram them and finish them.
Do not.
And I have just removed all powered engine.
No, why did you do that? We can't get him into firing range.
Yeah, I can't
Oh,
even
I put it back. I put it back. Calm down.
Don't calm
That's
down.
a joke.
Oh, he is very close, though.
this is kind of cathartic for me.
What do you mean?
I watched the numbers go up, I watched the coolant go down, I clicked on a couple things.
Okay, maybe we want to back off him a little bit because we're 0.3 kilometers away. And he's got like 10 points of hull left.
Slowly ramp, that doesn't even make sense. Also, in space, what does that even mean?
Slowly ramp them. Exactly how it sounds like.
Oh, come on. We lost neutral reputation for fighting back against someone who was extorting us?
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah. Because all they hear is, you blew up our ship, screw you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, screw you.
I mean, we're -8, so it doesn't really matter at this point.
Okay, so the mission
Once you get to
still
-10, they
says
actually
it's
start
here.
actively shooting you.
Well, that's a good thing because they were.
Oh
there's
no.
fights.
But
That was the informant. I'm just gonna hail the command center real quick. Send report.
Hey!
Yay!
Mission accomplished.
Good job, go team!
We are
That went exactly as planned.
we shot the messenger, sorry. That's okay, I have a bunch of money anyways.
So we succeeded in the quest even though we shot the messenger? What?
Yep.
Okay.
We succeeded in setting up an infiltration thing by shooting the person who was gonna...
Well, but that wasn't the ship it said they were on. So I don't quite get what happened.
You know, I don't.
We got money and that's what matters.
Yep.
Okay, where are we warping to?
Well, I just failed on processing this crap, so whoops.
It's amusing.
This.
Shut up.
So, I mean, do we want to cheese off the gentleman?
Yeah.
That's the thing we can do. We could also go fight the corruption or the infection or whatever it is. We can go to the Silvasi Cipher Lab.
3 minutes.
Get there in actually a huge hurry.
So we go close to a gravitational well and then time warp back 5 minutes and we have 8 minutes.
There you go.
Easy.
Easy money.
That's what I'm thinking.
So again, I have 3 minutes. We can warp somewhere.
7 jumps to get all the way to the edge of the galaxy.
Yeah. Wanna go?
No, let's go.
Let's ignore everything that comes
Let's
our
do
way.
it.
You wanna line us up?
Oh, wait, hold on. I can figure it
It's the I could if we had more power to engineering.
Oh.
Look at that. You have full power to engineer.
Wow, thank you.
Oh, you have little faith.
There we go.
Alright, 7 jumps, 3 of which might be noticeably dangerous.
You mean the one in the infection?
Yeah, and the 2 that belong to WD.
They like us, though.
We inspect
A
cargo by
little.
destroying the ships.
Oh boy.
Maybe we can go to
Long
Andromeda and
range.
make a better game than they did.
Oh, actually, wait, Jacob, do you remember when we
Did
had
we warp into the middle of a...
At the what?
the cargo inspections? You remember that one?
Oh yeah.
It was so creepy.
Oh no, we get to do that to someone else.
No, they do it to us again.
Ow.
You have been selected for a cargo inspection.
Also,
Well-
there's a random scrap around here.
So let's just not do that, yeah?
Well, okay, wait. Better idea. Let's create a save file and then warp out to the butt end of the galaxy and ignore the mission.
Okay, oh, whoops, sorry.
Why?
Sorry.
Did we save? Is there a save file? Can we save, please?
It'll still be within 1 jump.
Yeah, only one of us can save, and
Yeah,
Sorry,
well,
I
I
wasn't
can't
thinking.
save all...
Sorry.
okay, please don't do that again until we get
Sorry.
saved.
Oh, right. Skip warp.
Skip
We're in
warp,
a
save
minefield
please,
again.
and also please stop the ship, stop the ship, stop the ship!
What are we calling this?
We're drifting into a minefield, please stop!
Cargo inspection.
Pre-cargo inspection.
Yeah.
Oh, what do we get? Like 12,000 scrap.
Okay, here we go. Okay, I've saved.
Alright. Time to go fly off to somewhere just past the middle of nowhere. Shall we?
Let's get to Andromeda.
I prefer Atlantis,
Oh.
personally.
Is the best Stargate.
Under the sea.
We already went through the warp gate. It didn't lead us to Atlantis. Been warping us.
Maybe we were supposed to go in the back end. Maybe that's why we haven't found Atlantis, because it's really hard to get in from that side.
Oh my gosh, there's a
Whoa, boy.
It seems to reverse its polarity.
So I'm assuming that we're gonna skip this. Just warp.
Do we want to do this, or do we want to leave?
Well, for my time's sake, if we do this, I need to leave. Or we warp there, and then I leave.
Wow! This turret overheated literally in
Oh,
one
are we
shot.
doing this?
Are we fighting?
No?
I just ran away.
I mean, I'm just shooting back, basically.
Okay.
Covering fire.
Well, I'll take power out of weapon sync.
Yeah, drop power to weapons, that's fine.
Wow, that hurt.
We are almost ready to warp.
Meow.
Okay, ready? Are we lined up?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
Mission failed.
Really
So
care
we'll want
about
to
the
skip
checks.
warp, and then we're going to probably be going into 2 consecutive hostile systems, and then there's a third one. I don't know what it is. It's the Silvasi
Well,
Cipher
if
Lab.
We're gonna reload the save file. I'll just pump us out of high coolant for right now.
Ready?
No.
I mean, we could just hit an emergency jump for a few times and see where we.
Hey, by the way, Jared, sometimes there's a glitch.
Yeah.
Pilots eat while we warp, and it.
Oh yeah, where
full
it just
engineering.
the
Can you
core
step
just
out
heats
of it?
up.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And ready.
Okay, Jacob, are you ready?
Of course not. Let's go.
You said it.
Initiating jump prep.
Yep.
Why are
Evasive
they
maneuvers.
like us?
Because we're going right to the middle of their space, and also we're on the edge of the infected space, which is where they keep their darkest secrets.
I
So,
don't have any
Who
secrets.
cares about that?
Focus laser. And...
alright, power to the engines, yeah?
Yep, full power. Warp drive is close. Are we lined up?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Just warping, eh?
Yeah, just kind of get out of there.
Ready?
No, let's
Things
pop.
to knock.
I've got the coolant popped off, so we can, not go in the middle of an overheat.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, we don't care about the coolant at the moment. It's just a matter of, like, let's not
I
have
know,
the engine
I
on
do.
fire.
Actually, do you want to pump the shield booster? Can you do it in warp?
I mean, I can, but I'm not, yeah, see, it doesn't generate shields. We can't recharge our shields anymore.
That's weird, because, I mean, we can on my end. That's weird. Oh well. Yeah, you can skip it.
Oh, yeah, right.
Alright, so we're in infected space.
Infected. Initiating jump prep.
Lined up.
There's a carrier?
Yeah, these
Yeah,
things are
it's infected
scary.
carriers.
I can ram them.
Do you want to do the shield booster again?
Yes, I do, but you need
Oh, do you need another fuel capsule?
Yeah, you need fuel capsules.
Got it.
Because we're taking
Fuel loaded.
damage over time. Yep,
Okay.
fuel's loaded.
You loaded?
Yeah.
Did
Oh
you
my gosh,
activate
this
it?
place
Yeah,
sucks.
we did it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, well, I'll load another one then.
Okay.
Measure. Also, I'm gonna jump us.
Yeah, we need to leave.
Those things were scary.
Yeah, you don't know the half of it.
Yeah, the infected is terrible.
There's a story mission involving the infected flagship. I did not like it.
It was so scary.
Ready to skip jump?
Yeah.
Yeah, this place should be fine.
That's safe.
This is some kind of like Silvassi research station.
My people. So
let's-
Cipher Lab.
Let's go down there and see what it actually is, because I don't know what this place is. Well, actually, wait, hail them first.
There's no comms. Yeah. Can't hail them.
Nothing at
I
all.
can look
Okay,
at their...
then let's go down.
Okay.
Man, the jump drive that we found, I like it.
Great. Yeah.
It is
Are we ready to
extremely
jump?
good.
Are we ready to jump?
No. No, do not jump. Do not jump. We're going to the planet
Oh.
Wait, what?
to find out what a Silvassi Cipher Lab is.
Yeah. I'm
Yes,
actually
research.
There's a quest here.
Ciphers. Tablets. Ancient Silvassi language. Okay.
Why is it all
Yeah.
robots doing
Sure.
I know.
Well, this is a Silvassi.
There's a human.
it? This is a human.
That's the Sims Plum
This
Bob.
is Silvassi. Here's Silvassi. Found one.
Some kind of
Okay,
horrific
the cipher chamber.
monstrosity.
Oh, there's a downstairs.
Cipher rings. These are cool. I like this.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is neat.
Pretty
Oh, this is what those other things are for.
What?
You remember we found all those weird artifacts that one time?
When?
I mean, ages ago.
Like today or like the other time?
No. Like 3 or 4 play sessions ago. We found those artifacts and we couldn't figure out what to do with them because, like, you can't sell them and nobody wants them and they don't seem to do anything. But we found them from Silvassi ruins, but we didn't know
Can you
were
bring them
Silvassi
here?
ruins. It sure looks that way.
Do not attempt to open this door.
Oh my gosh, look at the ceiling.
Open the door. Do it.
Well, I can't. It also says that the whole thing is underwater, so if I
Open the door.
can't, all I can do is read about the door. But hey, I'm a Silvassi, it's all underwater, that's fine.
Read about door. Please do not tamper with our research.
Tamper with research. Got it.
Fascinating.
Alright, back to the ship so that we can jump out to the middle of nowhere. The actual middle of nowhere.
I really gotta go.
We're like right next to the middle of nowhere right now.
I gotta call somebody in Taiwan and
Ooh.
this is the right time to do it.
What?
Okay, ready to jump? We all have to
Yes.
I'm running back to the pilot.
I am on board the ship.
Pilot.
So, yes?
I'm off the planet, yes.
Yeah, we're all here.
Yeah.
Everyone's accounted for.
Okay, and skip work whenever you can.
Hey, look.
Oh, wow, who's surprised?
Irradiated.
Yeah, that means every time they hit us, they infect us with radiation.
That's nifty.
Radiation.
We're here, right?
Yeah, we're here. The edge of the galaxy, this is what it has to stop.
You could initiate self-destruct.
Eject the core.
Well, why would we do that when we can blind
Save
jump?
file.
No, blind jump is so boring.
I don't agree.
No, come on, turn off the, for safety, for safety.
What
Come
safety?
on, turn off the core. Come on.
For safety toggles off. Come on, can I eject the core?
That is something that I haven't done before.
The last time I tried doing it, it didn't actually work.
Doesn't this make an explosion behind you?
Okay, well,
Can I do it? Can I do it? Come on,
that's
can I
step
do it?
1. I have pulled the lever.
No, I already pulled the lever.
I have pulled the lever. Pull the lever, Kronk.
Wrong lever! do it?
Yes. 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 No. Dr. Strangelove, I'm gonna ride this thing out the door.
Do anything? Cool.
Whee!
Did anything happen?
No.
Why did nothing happen?
I don't know. Did it actually do it? I didn't get any. Didn't get any log entries.
Emergency core eject. Emergency core eject. I know. I'm.
Prime the
looking
warp
at the
core.
reactors.
I don't know what that does. I push the button
where does
anyway.
Where does it say that?
Capsules. Core safety toggle. Okay.
No, I know. I already turned that off.
Hey, we killed the
Safety
enemies.
off.
Yeah, I know, and I'm trying to figure. Why can't I eject our core?
You have to fill out the proper paperwork, don't you know?
That actually. Oh no. It does. Well,
No, it's
maybe.
no.
Well, it wasn't doing that before.
Doing what?
Like the inside of the core is glowing red now.
No, that's just from Red Alert.
I mean, that's what I thought, but it wasn't. Like it was staying blue earlier.
See, the emergency blind jump is something that you have to author. Or.
Oh.
It,
I mean,
it's
what the
switch
heck?
right there. I'm pulling it. Don't blind jump a bit. Hold on.
I'm not blind jumping. I just unlocked it. Shields down.
Anyone can blind jump.
So what happened to this?
I now can't pilot it. I think you did it.
I know. No, I didn't do it. That just shut off.
We just shut off the pilot system. Ugh.
Just.
Let's see. Can we kill the system interface? Because I think that disables.
I think. Well, it's not showing up now, so
What isn't?
the engineering station is gone.
What?
Hold on.
Wait a second.
Wait,
Something isn't right here.
Let me try that.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Main power, system interface.
turned everything off.
Pull lever 2. Prime the warp core. Pull lever 3. It's gone.
What did you do?
I don't know.
Okay, wait.
Everything else
Okay,
is
the core
fine.
safety's back on. We're breaking the ship. It's fine.
No. Turn it back on.
No, look, hang on.
No, I need to check the bridge. Hold on. Turn everything back on.
Right, you did not wait for everything to boot.
Well, that's why you encountered an error in the process.
No, you didn't do the boot up process. That's the problem.
Well, I did. It was just okay. Why? Why do we keep turning it off?
There's nothing here. It doesn't
I know.
exist anymore.
I'm taking matters into my own hands.
He's taking matters into his own hands.
I mean,
His hands don't matter.
as a last resort.
The core
Impact
safety
5,
toggle is
4,
completely
3.
inactive.
Oh, it didn't do anything. Never mind.
Okay, I'm gonna restart it one more time.
Wait,
Oh.
let's see. I'm gonna go back up to the bridge and see if it doesn't do that.
Ship OS. Pull lever 2. Prime warp core.
Okay, some of the screens have definitely come back on. A bunch of them have not.
Okay, well again, worst case scenario, we do this.
Oh,
What was that?
He's taking matters into his own
what
hands.
did you do?
Okay, well that just destroyed our engine.
Oh my gosh, we're warped.
Whoa, how did we warp?
I have some questions.
Did you blind jump during that?
Not on purpose.
No,
I was clicking around in the interface, or where the interface is supposed to be. Local control of ship systems has been automatically disabled for your safety. Manual override. It doesn't do anything. Okay.
What did we do to our ship?
I really don't know. I can operate the sensor dish, that still works. For some reason.
destroy the
Oh man,
science.
my oxygen's going down really quick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's... Life support is not working right now.
I think it's because I destroyed the engine.
What am I shooting? The weapons thing?
I can't leave the pilot seat. I can't.
There's my health going.
I can't leave the pirate seat.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
This is amazing.
All y'all suckers are gonna die.
Well, apparently I just don't
Game
die.
over.
Wow, this really took a turn. Dude, the lasers were... Oh!
There it goes.
Oh, yeah, we died.
Okay.
We are dead.
Oh, man.
We are died.
Way to go out.
That was awesome.
We toggled the power on the main unit.
So now we know, never toggle power off.
Don't turn the ship off.
It does crazy things. It makes
GG.
things real interesting real quick.
Really does.
I concur, Swordfish. G freaking G.
Okay.
That was
So
awesome.
Jacob, I'm uploading the
Oh, good.
so they're public. So if you
We
want,
should really try and get the long Biscuit King hat.
Okay, I gotta go.
All right, good night.
Thanks for
Thank you for being part of this, you guys. I appreciate it. And with that, that adventure complete. Good night to all, and realistically, anybody that's watching this is going to be on the VOD, so good night to the VOD people too. And Swordfish, thank you so much for donating.